Hello everyone, a warm welcome on behalf of Team Psychologia Connect. To introduce us, Psychologia Connect is a step towards your mental health and wellness, where our motive is to provide verified mental health experts across the globe with our services. So hi everyone, hello everyone, a very warm welcome on behalf of Team Psychologia Connect. To introduce us, Psychologia Connect, a step towards your mental health and wellness, where our motive is to provide you with our verified experts across the globe. So coming today to live event, it is a great pleasure for me to declare the opening of our second annual LGBTQ Leaders Conference and to welcome all those who have been with us for the second annual year as well as who are new with us. So I would request the IT team to please start the video with the of the opening ceremony once again so that our viewers can have a look. Just yeah. So, to quote Barbara Giftins, equality means more than passing laws. The struggle is real one in the hearts and the minds of the community where it really counts. Team Psychologia Connect feels privilege and honor in organizing this conference with an intention creating an inclusive environment by embracing the differences. With this, we intend to accomplish and attain inclusivity, discussing various challenges and struggles with the journey of the legends of the community who have come here to exchange their experiences and work together in support to our attendees, to lead the path and work together as allies, guide how to approach with empathy, respecting another person's choice, and being keen to learn. So, I first wish to extend my greetings to our guest of honor, Manvinder Singh Goyal, and our chief guest of Ashok Rao Kavi. Thank you both for being here and giving us this opportunity to hear from us. I request the IT team to please play the next slide. Let me start introducing our chief guest, Manvinder Singh Goyal. He is the first member of a royal family in the world to openly come out as gay. Wow. He is the only Indian to be featured by Oprah Winfrey 3 occasions and has been twice on Keeping Up with the Kardashians. He co-founded an organization called Lakshya Trust, the first one of its kind in Gujarat state for the LGBT empowerment. He is also the ambassador consulate for AIDS Healthcare Foundation, the world's largest and the oldest non-profit organization for HIV testing and treatment. He's currently developing a LGBTQA community campus in the Royal Establishment for Social Financial Empowerment of LGBTQ community. He didn't just only talk about his life and its struggles in India, but he gave it a further reach to help others who were suffering as well. This acceptance faced backlash from the people of Rajyapal and his family at that time, but that didn't discourage him from fighting for what he believed in. Last but not the least, he is so graciously opened up a 15-acre palace ground to help vulnerable LGBTQ people who are looking for shelter. Handing over the stage to you, Manvinder Singh Goyal.
Thank you very much for inviting me here and for giving me this honor. मैं थोड़ा सा हिंदी में भी बात करूँगा. Yes, I was born with a golden spoon, as it is said, and as the custodian of this rich cultural heritage, which was inherited by me from my ancestors. मेरा जो बचपन है वो बहुत ही क्या कहा जा सकता है, एक प्रोटेक्टेड एटमॉस्फेयर में मेरा ग्रूमिंग हुआ है, बिकॉज इवन दो अभी भारत एक स्वतंत्र देश है, हमारा देश एक डेमोक्रेटिक रिपब्लिक है, और अभी हमारे राज्य जैसे पहले थे वैसे नहीं है, लेकिन अभी भी हम हमारे लिए लोगों को बहुत मान है, सम्मान है, बहुत अपेक्षाएं हैं हमारे लोगों को, और हम हमारे जो जगह है राजपीपला उसके हम प्रतिनिधि हैं। कभी भी कुछ मुद्दे होते हैं तो हमें सरकार को हम उनके तरफ से उसके साथ में रिप्रेजेंटेशन करना पड़ता है। तो हमारा जो ग्रूमिंग है वो इस तरह से होता है कि वी बिकम द फ्यूचर कस्टोडियंस ऑफ दिस रिच कल्चरल हेरिटेज। हैविंग सेड दैट, मुझे मालूम था कि मैं दूसरे लोगों से अलग हूँ, आई एम डिफरेंट फ्रॉम अदर्स, और मुझे सेम सेक्स की तरफ आकर्षण था बचपन में, लेकिन मुझे मालूम नहीं था कि ये क्या है, ये क्यों हो रहा है मेरे साथ में। और हमारे फैमिलीज में बच्चों के और माँ बाप के जो संबंध है वो बहुत फॉर्मल होते हैं। हम लोग एक दूसरे को we don't even call them mom or dad, you know, in public we call them by titles, so you can imagine कि किस तरह का माहौल होगा। मेरा जो my you know grooming was done by my nanny, एक दाई माँ ने मेरी परवरिश की। मेरे माँ बाप ने मुझे पाला पोसा नहीं, मेरी परवरिश एक दाई माँ के हाथों हुई है। तो उसको तो उसके बारे में कुछ मालूम नहीं था। और एक दूसरी चीज जो मैंने देखा कि जब मैं बड़ा हो रहा था तो मुझे लड़कियों की तरफ आकर्षण नहीं था, लेकिन लड़कियों की तरफ सहानुभूति बहुत होती थी। मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगता था कि मेरे स्कूल के लड़के हैं जो लड़कियों को छेड़े। और यू नो आई स्टडीड इन अ को एजुकेशन स्कूल, और मैं सोचता था कि शायद ये इट इज जस्ट अ पासिंग फेज इन माय लाइफ, एक टेम्परेरी वस्तु होगी, जब मैं बड़ा हो जाऊंगा तब ये चीजें निकल जाएगी। और यही सोचकर मैंने शादी भी की, और शादी होने के बाद मुझे एहसास हुआ कि आई एम नॉट अट्रैक्टेड टुवर्ड्स द वुमन हु आई गॉट मैरिड टू। और मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ क्योंकि मैं उस तरह का व्यक्ति था कि जो लड़कियों की रक्षा करता था बचपन में, और अभी मेरे हाथों एक लड़की जो है वो विक्टिमाइज्ड हो रही है क्योंकि मैं उसको सेक्सुअल सेटिस्फेक्शन नहीं दे सक रहा हूँ। तो दिस मैरिज एंडेड इन 15 months ड्यू टू नॉन कंजर्मेशन ऑफ मैरिज। और मेरी एक्स वाइफ ने मुझे जाते वक्त जो शब्द कहे, जिसके वजह से आज मैं जो हूँ वो उसके वजह से है, क्योंकि उसने कहा कि यू ट्राई टू स्पॉइल द लाइफ ऑफ समवन लाइक मी, प्लीज डोंट डू इट विद अनदर गर्ल। और उसी वजह से आई वेंट ऑन exploration, on a kind of discovering myself, my sexuality, मैं क्या हूँ, और ये शादी कामयाब क्यों नहीं हुई। और इसी शोध के लिए मुझे मेरे काफी बंधन तोड़ने पड़े, I had to break a lot of my royal protocols, और उस शोध के दरमियान मुझे एक ऐसे व्यक्ति मिले जो मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है जानकर कि वो आज भी हमारे बीच में मौजूद है, या अभी हमारे बीच शामिल होने वाले हैं, जिनका नाम है अशोक राव कवि। ये भारत के सबसे पहले गे व्यक्ति हैं जिन्होंने अपने आप को खुलकर कहा कि मैं एक समलैंगिक हूँ और मुझे गर्व है मेरी समलैंगिकता के ऊपर। इस व्यक्ति के द्वारा मुझे मेरी आइडेंटिटी, मेरी पहचान, मेरा जो अस्तित्व है उसकी पहचान मिली। और इसी व्यक्ति ने मुझे मेरी सेक्सुअलिटी पे मुझे गर्व महसूस कराया, और जितनी भी गिल्ट फीलिंग्स थी वो बाहर निकाली, एंड he made me realize that I am absolutely natural and normal। और मेरे सिवाय इस दुनिया में बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जो समलैंगिक हैं, चाहे पुरुष है चाहे स्त्री है, और बहुत सारे लोग हैं। तो और उन्होंने अपनी संस्था जो उन्होंने उस वक्त स्टार्ट की थी, जिसका नाम है हमसफर ट्रस्ट, उसी संस्था के द्वारा मुझे काफी चीज के बारे में ज्ञान दिलाया। और उन्हीं के बदौलत मैं एक संस्था शुरू कर सका गुजरात राज्य में, जिसका नाम है लक्ष्य ट्रस्ट। क्योंकि उस वक्त सरकार HIV को लेकर ऐसे ग्रुप्स की खोज कर रही थी कि जिनके साथ में वो लोग मिलकर HIV का काम कर सके, और हमसफर की भी शुरुआत ऐसी कुछ हुई थी। तो अशोक राव कवि ने मुझे सरकार के प्रतिनिधि के साथ में मुलाकात कराई, और गुजरात सरकार ने उस वक्त हमें हमारा पहला प्रोजेक्ट लक्ष्य ट्रस्ट का एक HIV प्रिवेंशन एंड अवेयरनेस का कार्य हुआ फॉर मेन हैविंग सेक्स विद मेन एंड ट्रांसजेंडर कम्युनिटी के साथ में, जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स के साथ, सॉरी, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर के साथ में हमारा गुजरात गवर्नमेंट के साथ में शुरुआत हुई। और ये 2000 के साल में हमने लक्ष्य की शुरुआत की, और साथ साथ में हम लोग दूसरे भी काम पे हमने ध्यान देना शुरू किया। लेकिन उस वक्त ये संस्था शुरू करना बहुत मुश्किल काम था। मेरे ऊपर बहुत प्रेशर्स आ रहे थे शादी करने के लिए, माँ बाप की तरफ से, हमारे जो लोग हैं राजपूतला के लोग, उनकी तरफ से भी बहुत प्रेशर आ रहे थे, क्योंकि वो लोग देखना चाहते थे कि अगला वारिस कौन होगा, हु विल बी द नेक्स्ट इन लाइन, बिकॉज हमेशा लोगों को हमारे रॉयल फैमिली की तरफ बहुत अपेक्षाएं होती है। तो उसी बीच मुझे बहुत घुटन महसूस हो रही थी, बिकॉज आई वॉज लिविंग अ डबल लाइफ। मैं बाहर की दुनिया में और था, अंदर की दुनिया में अलग था, और मैं एक कैदी के तरह था। और इतने प्रेशर्स की वजह से मुझे एक नर्वस ब्रेकडाउन हो गया, और मैं हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हुआ। और फॉर्चुनेटली जो मनोवैज्ञानिक मुझे ट्रीट कर रहा था वो काफी समझदार था, और वो काफी पॉजिटिव भी था मेरी लैंगिकता को लेकर, और उसने वॉलंटियर किया, एंड ही केम आउट टू माय पेरेंट्स एंड ही टोल्ड माय पेरेंट्स that this is what your son is and please you have to accept him। और उन्होंने सबसे पहले तो इनकार कर दिया, बोला ये हो ही नहीं सकता, हमारा बेटा ये नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि उसकी इतनी गर्लफ्रेंड्स थी स्कूल में। और ये भी सच बात है, मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड्स थी, लेकिन उनको मालूम नहीं है कि वो गर्लफ्रेंड्स के साथ में मेरा रिश्ता क्या था। एक गुजराती में एक शब्द है जिसको कहते हैं बहनपणी। जो बहनपणी होती है वो इट इज मोर ऑफ अ वर्ड यूज्ड फॉर गर्लफ्रेंड्स, लाइक गर्ल्स एंड गर्ल्स, सो मेरा एक बहनपणी जैसा एक संबंध था उनके साथ में, नो सेक्सुअल अट्रैक्शन। दूसरा उन्होंने बोला कि हमने उसको इतने अच्छे संस्कार दिए हैं, तो ये गे हो ही नहीं सकता। And that is also a fact. मतलब I got the best upbringing anyone could have got, but this sexuality is nothing to do with cultural upbringing। और तीसरी बात उन्होंने जो बताई वो ये थी कि हमारा बेटा तो गे था ही नहीं, लेकिन उसको गे बनाया गया। और उसके ऊपर सबसे बड़ा इल्जाम किसका आया? अशोक राव कवि, कि अशोक राव कवि ने जानबूझकर मेरे लड़के को गे बना दिया, उसके खुद के स्वार्थ के लिए, ये जान के कि ये एक राजकुमार है और हमारे गे मूवमेंट के लिए ये अच्छा है कि इस व्यक्ति को इस तरह से बनाया जाए। तो दीज आर द काइंड्स ऑफ थिंग्स दे डिड विद मी। फिर उन्होंने कहा कि इसका इलाज कराया जाए, इसको भारत में इसका इलाज नहीं है तो इसको अमेरिका भेजकर उसके ब्रेन की सर्जरी करी जा सकती है, उसको शॉक थेरेपी दे सकते हैं जिसके द्वारा उसका माइंड ठिकाने आ जाए और ये नॉर्मल हो जाए। तो डॉक्टर्स ने मना किया कि नहीं, ये पॉसिबल नहीं है। तो उन्होंने कहा ठीक है, अगर विज्ञान काम नहीं कर सकता है तो विज्ञान के ऊपर क्या है, धर्म है। सो दे स्टार्टेड टेकिंग मी टू रिलीजियस लीडर्स, हर एक तरह के साधु महात्मा, बाबा, संत, मुनि, ब्रह्मा कुमारी, स्वामीनारायण। अभी भारत में तो कमी नहीं है साधु संतों की, तो सब जगह मुझे ले जाने चालू किया उन्होंने। 3 साल तक उन्होंने मुझे हैरान कर दिया, मेरा समय बिगाड़ा, मेरा एनर्जी बिगाड़ी, पैसा बिगाड़ा, और पर मैंने उनको पूरा सहकार दिया और उन्होंने जो बोला मैंने किया। किसी ने बोला शाकाहारी हो जाओ, मैंने कहा ठीक है हो जाते हैं। किसी ने बोला राम राम लिखना शुरू करो, मैंने कहा चलो वो भी कर लेते हैं। किसी ने बोला कुएं का पानी पियो, वो भी किया। किसी ने बोला दिया जलाओ शाम को, वो भी कर लिया। किसी ने बोला योगा करो, मैंने कहा वो भी कर लिया। लेकिन 3 साल लगातार ये सब करने के बावजूद स्ट्रेट होना तो दूर की बात है, मैं और ज्यादा गे हो गया। तो इससे करके उनको और भी ज्यादा पीड़ा हो गई कि अभी इसका क्या करें, कि ये तो सुधरने वाला नहीं है। तो उन्होंने हर एक कोशिश की कि मेरी संस्था लक्ष्य ट्रस्ट को कैसे भी करके बंद करवाए, मेरे ऊपर इंक्वायरीज चालू करवा दी, गवर्नमेंट की, लेकिन हम तो हमारा काम बहुत हमारा ट्रांसपेरेंट है, हम कुछ भी चीज छुपाते नहीं है, तो गवर्नमेंट भी हमारे साथ कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकी। फिर मुझे सब हम मेरे व्यवसाय बिजनेस जितने भी मेरे एसोसिएशन से ट्रस्ट कंपनी सब में से निकालना शुरू कर दिया। बोले कि एक गे व्यक्ति एक पार्टनर नहीं हो सकता, गे ट्रस्टी नहीं हो सकता, गे डायरेक्टर नहीं हो सकता, ये सब तो वो भी करना शुरू कर दिया। फिर यू नो आई हैड रीच्ड दैट लिमिट इन माय लाइफ कि आई कुड नॉट टेक इट एनी लॉन्गर। इतना यू नो व्यक्ति के साथ में ह्यूमन राइट्स का वायलेशन हो रहा था, मेरे जो मानव अधिकार के ऊपर इतना उल्लंघन हो रहा था, इतना भेदभाव हो रहा था मेरे साथ में और खुद के माँ बाप की तरफ से। और उसी दौरान मेरे एक अच्छे एडमायरर हैं, वो विदेशी थे लेकिन इंडिया में रहते थे, वो मुझे हमेशा कहा करते थे, देखो तुम लोग LGBT मूवमेंट चला रहे हो लेकिन तुम्हारे में से कोई भगत सिंह बनना जरूरी है, तो ये मूवमेंट को थोड़ा जोश मिलेगा। तो मैंने सोचा कि कुछ ना कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा। उसी दौरान एक जर्नलिस्ट मेरी लाइफ में आई, एक पत्रकार, जिसको मेरे बारे में मालूम था और उसने मुझे कहा कि आपके बारे में मुझे लिखना है, क्या मैं आपकी स्टोरी छाप सकती हूँ। और मैं यही मौका देख रहा था क्योंकि मैंने जैसे कहा कि मैं एक कैदी था, मैं अंदर से बहुत घुटन महसूस हो रही थी, मुझे स्वतंत्रता चाहिए थी। एंड आई सेड दिस इज अ वेरी गुड चांस। मैंने उसको इंटरव्यू दिया और उसने उसको छाप दिया, बहुत बड़ा न्यूज बना। 14 मार्च 2006 के रोज मैंने एक इतिहास की रचना की जिसमें मैं दुनिया का सबसे पहला राजकीय परिवार का एक सदस्य हूँ जिसने खुल के कहा कि मैं एक समलैंगिक हूँ और मुझे मेरी समलैंगिकता पर गर्व है। आई एम गे एंड आई एम प्राउड टू बी गे। और वो बहुत बड़ा धड़ाका हुआ भारत में, वो न्यूज सब जगह, भारत में नहीं केवल भारत के बाहर भी ये न्यूज फैला। मेरे माँ बाप इतने इससे गुस्सा हुए क्योंकि वो ऐसा सोच भी नहीं सकते थे कि ये अंदर की बात बाहर चली जाएगी। और उन्होंने न्यूज़पेपर्स में विज्ञापन देके मुझे संपत्ति से बेदखल कर दिया, मेरी फैमिली से मुझे डिसोन कर दिया। मेरे खुद के लोगों ने जो मुझे इतनी इज्जत देते थे, राजपीपला के लोग सब इकट्ठा होकर एंड उन्होंने मेरे आग में पुतले जलाए और मुझे बहिष्कार किया। They said he's brought shame and humiliation to the royal family and to the entire Indian culture, and he should be stripped of his title, he should be exiled, he should be allowed to attend any functions। बहुत बड़ा आंदोलन शुरू हो गया था। पर मैंने एक ही वाक्य बोला जब भी मुझे पूछा गया कि आप क्या कहते हैं इसके बारे में। मैंने कहा मैं जो भी लोग मेरे खिलाफ बोल रहे हैं मैं उनको दोषी नहीं ठहराता हूँ, उनकी अज्ञानता को दोषी ठहराता हूँ। I blame their ignorance। और मेरा फर्ज बनता है कि मैं उनको इस अज्ञानता से दूर करूं और उनको सच्चा ज्ञान दूं, then they will accept me। तो मैंने मीडिया में इंटरव्यू देता गया, प्रिंट मीडिया, टेलीविजन मीडिया। आखिर ओपरा विनफ्री ने मुझे 2007 में इनविटेशन दिया और वो मेरा लाइफ का टर्निंग पॉइंट था। और मैं तीसरा इंडियन था उसके शो में जाने के लिए। और ओपरा के काफी फैंस है, खास करके रॉयल फैमिलीज में बहुत लोग हैं। और उसके इंटरव्यू से पूरी दुनिया को काफी जागरूकता मिली। लॉट ऑफ पीपल इन द वर्ल्ड गॉट लॉट ऑफ अवेयरनेस, क्योंकि काफी लोग भारत में जो दुनिया में ऐसा सोचते थे कि समलैंगिक होना एक गुनाह है, which was not right, it was a homosexual act which was a crime। तो वो एक बहुत बड़ा खुलासा हुआ ओपरा के शो में। दूसरा कि हमारे में काफी लोगों की शादी एक स्त्री से होती है, बट नॉट नेसेसरी दैट वी आर बाइसेक्सुअल। तो वो भी एक बात दुनिया के सामने उसने ओपरा ने रखी और ये न्यूज पूरी दुनिया में गई। और जहाँ जो देश में से इसमें ये न्यूज गई है, लोगों ने मुझे आमंत्रण किया, मुझे बुलाया। I got the opportunity to travel to so many countries in the world, and I got to meet so many world leaders, prime ministers, presidents, United Nations officials, judges, parliamentarians, media, and so many very influential people I met all over the world। और सबको मैं एक ही बात बोलता था जाके, हमें प्लीज आजादी दिलाओ, भारत को आजादी की जरूरत है, आप लोग ये कर सकते हैं, आप लोग भारत पे प्रभाव डाल सकते हैं, हमें आजादी चाहिए। क्योंकि भारत को आजादी 1947 में मिली है, लेकिन हम लोगों को ये हमारी आजादी छीन ली गई है क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ पे देश में एक ऐसा एक कायदा है जो हमको गुनहगार, हमारे सेक्सुअल एक्ट को, संभोग को एक गुनाह ठहराता है, हमको इससे आजाद करो। मैंने एक फ्री गे इंडिया कैंपेन भी लॉन्च किया 15 अगस्त 2013 में यूएस में, जब ओपरा ने मुझे तीसरी बार बुलाया था। और उसमें भी मैंने काफी लोगों को इकट्ठा किया उस कैंपेन में, और मैंने इसके बारे में बात की। फिर 2017 में मुझे एक और शो में आने का मौका मिला, कीपिंग अप विद द कार्डेशियंस, जो वो तो ओपरा से भी ज्यादा मुझे लगता है प्रभाव पड़ा लोगों पे, खास करके युवा पीढ़ी में, क्योंकि युवाओं में कार्डेशियंस दे आर वेरी फेमस पूरी दुनिया में, इंडिया में है, लेकिन बाहर की दुनिया में भी। और जो लोग खास करके रॉयल फैमिली से मेरे खिलाफ थे, जब मैं वो शो करके वापस आया 2017 में, तो लोगों ने मुझे कहना शुरू करी, अरे वी वांट अ सेल्फी विद यू। और मैंने बोला, मेरे साथ में सेल्फी क्यों चाहिए, मैं तो गुनहगार हूँ ना, एम आई नॉट अ क्रिमिनल। बोले नहीं, ऐसा किसने बोला, ये भी तो इंसान होते हैं। तो देखो कितना चेंज हो गया, एक गुनहगार से मैं एक इंसान बन गया। और लोगों को रॉयल फैमिलीज में मेरी प्रशंसा होने लगी कि वी आर वेरी प्राउड दैट वी हैव अमंगस्ट अस अ रॉयल हु हैज बीन टू ओपरा 3 टाइम्स, हु हैज बीन टू कार्डेशियंस। तो लोगों का थोड़ा माइंड चेंज होने लगा। लेकिन मुझे लगा कि क्यों ऐसा है कि एक विदेशी व्यक्ति को हमारे भारतीय लोगों को याद दिलाना पड़ता है हमारी संस्कृति के बारे में। क्या हमें हमारी संस्कृति पे गर्व नहीं है? क्या हमें गर्व नहीं है कि हमारे देश में कामसूत्र लिखी गई है? क्या हमें गर्व नहीं है कि हमारे देश में खजुराहो जैसे मंदिर हैं, जहाँ पे खुलेआम समलैंगिक ये मूर्तियां हैं? और हमारे देश में समलैंगिकता पुराने काल से थी। क्यों लोग इसको स्वीकारना नहीं चाहते? क्यों लोगों को अभी तक शर्म है कि वो सेक्स जैसी चीज को अपनाना नहीं चाहते? Why are people scared or why are people ashamed of even talking about sex? तो ये हिपोक्रेसी जो हमारे देश में है, उसी को हटाने के लिए, उसी को कम करने के लिए मैंने ये कदम उठाया। और आखिर में 2018 में 6 सितंबर को एक बहुत बड़ा फैसला हमारे सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सुनाया, जो हमारे जैसे काफी लोग, अशोक राव कवि और पार्टी के काफी ऐसे लोग हैं जिनकी मेहनत से ये एक फैसला हुआ। और इस फैसले ने साबित करके बताया कि ह्यूमैनिटी विंस, ऑनेस्टी विंस एंड हिपोक्रेसी लूजेस। और मुझे तब जाकर बहुत खुशी हुई, मुझे आनंद हुआ ये बात को जान करके कि मैंने जो निर्णय लिया था ऑनेस्ट होकर बाहर आने का, मैं जो गर्व से कहता हूँ कि मैं गे हूँ और मुझे गर्व है मेरी समलैंगिकता के ऊपर, और मैंने जो सच्ची बात लोगों को बताई, जो लोगों को अच्छी नहीं लगी, वो आखिर में वही सच्चाई की जीत हुई है। इसलिए कहते हैं सत्यमेव जयते, सच्चाई शुरू में अच्छी नहीं लगती है, ट्रूथ इज कंसिडर्ड बिटर, बट इट इज ऑलवेज अ विक्टोरी, वी विल ऑलवेज विन। खैर, हमारी लड़ाई वहां समाप्त नहीं हुई है, अभी तो बहुत काम करना बाकी है। लोग मुझे कहते हैं कि आप में इतनी हिम्मत कैसे आई? मैं कहता हूँ, मैं एक योद्धा हूँ, मैं एक वॉरियर हूँ। मेरे पूर्वज हमेशा लड़ाई करते रहे हैं, they have been fighting wars in the battles। मेरी भी एक लड़ाई है, मेरी लड़ाई है towards favoring humanity, towards favoring honesty, and it is against the hypocrisy। मैं hypocrites के खिलाफ ये लड़ाई लड़ रहा हूँ, और मेरे साथ में मेरा एक सत्य है जो मेरा एक बड़ा हथियार है, और इसी के बेसिस पे मैं लड़ रहा हूँ। और अभी हमें चाहिए कि समाज में स्वीकृति आए, समाज हमें सम्मान दे, समाज सुप्रीम कोर्ट के कायदे को सम्मान करे, और जितना हो सके हमें स्वीकारे, और दूसरे लोगों को भी प्रेरणा दे कि हमें स्वीकारे। We need allies now. We need people who are not from the community, who want to accept us, want to understand us, and it is only through the allies that we will be able to mainstream our issues in the society। इसलिए अभी मेरी लड़ाई समाज को के माइंडसेट को बदलने की है, और मुझे खुशी है कि बहुत सारे लोग इस मेरे साथ में हैं। मैं भारत में एक पॉजिटिव फ्यूचर इसलिए भी देखता हूँ क्योंकि हमारे जो यूथ है, हमारी जो यंग जनरेशन है, स्टूडेंट्स है, वो बहुत ही दिलचस्प है। दे आर वेरी मच इंटरेस्टेड इन नोइंग अबाउट आवर इश्यूज, और वो मेरे पास में आते हैं, और आई ट्राई टू not to disappoint them। मैं जितने भी invitations आते हैं, I try to go them, because the students of today are the future of tomorrow। वो हमारा भविष्य है। अगर उन्हें हम सच्चा ज्ञान देंगे, उनकी गैर मान्यताएं जो है हमारे बारे में उससे हम दूर करेंगे, तो we can expect a better future for India, a more aware and informed future for India. So that is my fight, and I'm sure as I have won in the past, I will definitely win in the future also. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for
Shreya.
sharing what you went through and felt on your journey. However difficult which shows could be, but yeah, at the end, it's always glorious. So, when about themselves when not informed, the need of mental interventions for better understanding of the community with parents and society is really important. And you greatly, very nicely highlighted the importance of being an ally in everyone's life. And I have to say that you are legend standing up for not just yourself but for the whole country. And now I come to the most awaited person in the room, Ashok Rao Kavi. So yeah,
Hi.
hi. So I just
Hi.
request the IT team to share his poster. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I can see
Ashok
you.
Rao Kavi, wickedly called the Amma, in the hothouse homosexual world of Mumbai. He was one of the first person in India to come out publicly as a gay man. Wow, and that too in 1984. He has spent almost 4 decades a leading advocate for the LGBTQ people and community in India. He writes on gay issues for most of the Indians' mainstream media and news portals and has authored articles in India's first pension book of gay writing Yarana, edited by Professor Honsing Merchant. Ashok presently works with varied issues from working as a trainer, educator for street children group and a first senior gay men to support the group in India, the Mumbai teenagers. He has devoted his lifetime for improving the lives of the LGBTQ people and people affected by HIV across India, especially through Asia more broadly. We are so glad to have you today on board with us here today. And over to you now.
Hi. Can you see me?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry I was a bit delayed because of issues that were beyond my control. But I want to just remind this group of students, and I'm sure there are so many of you here today, that do you know that in India, 7 state legislatures actually ban sex education in schools? That is the state of our country. I mean, forget about homosexuality and other issues. Very simple things like sex education in schools is not allowed. And that shows that if you do not have rational attitudes towards, sexuality, you are going to get into a lot of trouble. So you have an incredible rise in teenage pregnancies, for example. You have got STIs among young people in colleges, and there is no information. There are very few colleges that I know who have counselors in-house, who are part of the faculty, part of the staff of the college as an essential service for the students. So as a guest of honor, what exactly do you think I should say to you? I say that we have enormous amount of work ahead. The ruling that came in September 2018 is unfortunately or fortunately, is fortunately or unfortunately, it happens to be something that has come after nearly 30 years of fighting. You can imagine how difficult it is to say this, but the verdict that we got, was after 30 years of fighting in the Delhi High Court. Then it went to the Supreme Court. Then, I mean, it's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? And yet we have won. I'm sorry if this, just give me a minute. Yeah. What exactly I meant to say was that the issues that are there in front of us are so tremendous that, let me tell you, we are in deep trouble in this country if we are unable to sort them out as soon as possible. You must get to know that if we do not manage this in the next 4 to 5 years, we are going to be a, a sort of country of illiterates in more ways than one, because there are countries that are around us. For example, if you go to Thailand, the schools there have sex education on their curriculum. If you go to, neighboring even Bangladesh, there are schools that are teaching, lifestyle education. We used to have that once upon a time. Unfortunately, that has also been stopped. So what I would like to say is that, as a guest of honor, my little request to all you students is demand that in all college curriculums, you must have one course on sex, sexuality, and gender. From our side, as activists and people who have worked very hard on the issues, we will try and convince the government to make policy changes so that these subjects are taught in, in our colleges. Please remember that there is a tremendous demographic upsurge, in the sense every month 1 million Indians turn 18 and possibly getting ready for jobs. So can you imagine that they're not prepared to face life as adults when they are 18 and ready to get out into the world, and they haven't had a full education. They haven't had an education in sex, sexuality, gender. They don't know the issues of what are, of the hijras or the trans people who are now very visible out here and part of our culture and our society. We do not know all the issues that are around women. For example, and yet it must be the only progressive country in the world where women who want to go for abortion need not say or need permission from the father. So you see, there are plus and minus points in this culture that we must learn to appreciate, and also those that we wish to fight. At the moment, we understand that it is a patriarchal society. It's a society that is dominated by men, and yet women have been the harbingers of education in this culture. If you go to see, in every school, most of the teachers are women, and most of them are very good at their work. Others, we wouldn't have had such an incredibly educated population. We are now way above 70, and on the way to hitting the 100% mark, I hope. There are states like Kerala, which are 100% literate. But I think that we have to go a long way. The first and foremost, let me tell you that sex, sexuality, genders are also the new frontiers of human rights. Most human rights have been recognized, and countries and cultures and nations are working towards egalitarian principles. But the issues of sex, sexuality, gender, and the rights flowing from them, what are called SOGI rights, sexual orientation and gender expression and identity, SOGI, they are the new frontier of human rights. And it is your job now to take up the baton, because many of us are quite old. I'm 74. And it's time that you took up these issues in a very serious way. I'm not going to go beyond that, because I think there are so many speakers that as a guest of honor, it's a privilege for me to be with you all. And I'm going to sit through most of the panel discussion and listen to everything that is being said. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ashok sir, for being here. We are so privileged to get a chance to hear from you. Thank you so much that you highlighted the core issue that not only is impacting a child or anyone, but the whole India as well. So yes, we do need to step up, and we have a very long way to go. Thank you so much for sharing. I now first would like to begin with our first panel. So let's move ahead and see what our first panel is going to cover. We will be covering the challenges and struggles that are faced by the community. Let me start by introducing our moderator and panelist. I request IT team to play the video. Our moderator, Rashi Goyal. Rashi is an HR professional with expertise in talent management, performance management, and HR analytics. She is the co-founder of the Unicorn People, a new age HR consultancy firm working with organizations across Asia and the Middle East. She has worked with organizations across pharmaceuticals, metals, and mining. Her passion lies in building inclusive and diverse workplaces with equal opportunities for LGBTQ plus community persons with disabilities, veterans, and women. Thank you so much, Rashi, for joining us and moderating the panel. Moving ahead to our panelists, so I would like to introduce our first panelist, Sonal Gyani. Sonal Gyani advocates for LGBTQ rights through multiple mediums and wears many hats. She is a public speaker and activist, diversity and inclusion trainer, and a filmmaker. She has work experience of over a decade for various stakeholders, including but not limited to corporate houses, law enforcement agencies, educational institutions, lawyers, and influencers. Thank you so much, Sonal, for being here. Moving ahead.
I was in the nick of time. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, and I've had a crisis.
Yes. Moving ahead towards our next panelist, Sridhar Rangayan. Sridhar sir wears many caps of a filmmaker, writer, activist, and festival director. He is the founder director of Festival of Kashish, Mumbai International Queer Film Festival. He has consistently strived to give a voice to social issues in India through his films, writing, and public speaking for over 2 decades. His award-winning films, The Pink Mirror, Yours Emotionally, 68 Pages, Project Polo, Purple Skies, are highlighting and hard hitting the social issues with warmth, compassion, and humor, and are at the forefront of India's emergent queer cinema movement. Thank you so much, Sridhar sir, for being here. Our next panelist, Lakshmi Lobo. Lakshmi ma'am is the mental health field since 2005, working as a mental health consultant and counselor, a hypnotherapist and a facilitator for several mental health intervention programs. She is qualified clinical hypnotherapist from London School of Clinical Hypnosis and has completed a postgraduate diploma in counseling skills from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. Her drive to unleash her full potential started her journey towards mental health and well-being. Thank you so much and a very warm welcome, Lakshmi ma'am. Moving ahead to our another panelist, Balaji R. Balaji is a TEDx speaker and a Josh Talk speaker who has been working towards breaking gender stigma by narrating their coming out journey. Balaji identifies themselves as a gender fluid homosexual person, being featured by multiple reputed publications like The Logical Indian, The Times of India, Out and Proud section, The Business Insider, The Quint, The Humans of Bombay, The Tribune, and many more. Also, Balaji has been actively conducting gender inclusivity workshop in some of the reputed colleges and schools of India like Nursi Monji Symbiosis Pune. Welcome Balaji, and I'm so glad to introduce such a powerful planner to all of you. Let's move ahead and let's the panel begin. Over to you, Rashi.
Thank you so much, Benita and Shreya, for this opportunity. I am getting to be able to discuss this challenges and struggles with such an esteemed and distinguished panel like Balaji, Lakshmi, Sridhar, and Sonal. I'm already so excited to start. But before I begin, thank you so much, Manvinder ji and Ashok ji, for giving so much insights into the picture and giving us a good start to the entire discussion. Yeah. Now, like Ashokji and Manvendraji have already touched upon the fact that 2018, the law was, the section 377 was ruled as unconstitutional, and it was a landmark judgment that we had, right? And the panel, Astrea and Abhinit have already shared, is going to discuss on the struggles and challenges that the LGBTQI community continues to face despite the law not being prevalent. So here I continue to begin on the same. And before I jump onto the challenges, but I would want to get some positive insights from the panel here that the 2019 judgment was able to bring to the society at large. And the forum is open for any one of you. If Sridharji, I think if you can start off with those few positive changes that have been able to, come after 2018.
So I think Section 377 being read down in September 2018 was definitely a watershed time. I never thought I'm going to see that happen in my lifetime. I'm 59 years old now, and I've been kind of working with the community for the last 30 years. And I never thought we would see the day when we would be completely not decriminalized as homosexuals. And but it's been, as Ashok already has mentioned, and Manvendra has also mentioned, it's been a very long fight. 30 years of struggle is a very long time for any movement for the matter, but we are happy that it's so. But the fact is, like, I think after the Supreme Court verdict, I think a lot more youngsters have come out, and also I would say a lot more youngsters who identify not just as gay or lesbian or transgender, but as non-binary, gender fluid, queer, intersex, asexual. So all these LGBTQIA plus identities are emerging and claiming their space. Earlier, they were basically more difficult for them to voice their opinion. Usually, I mean, till now, mostly the LGBTQ movement has been unfortunately, been led by cis gay men. And that's unfortunate. I'm saying it myself, being a cis gay man. And I'm happy that's now taken a more diverse approach to the community, more diverse voices we hear, like Balaji is here identifying as they and them, gender fluid person. And I'm really happy to have more voices like that come out. And also, I see a surge of requests by parents of LGBTQ children to be seeking out help so there's this group called Swikar, the Rainbow Parents Support Group, which has almost 140 parents in the group from across India and sometimes some of them across the world. And they basically counsel. They're not trained counselors, they're peer counselors, no? So they basically get requests from LGBTQ person to talk to the parents. And that's a beautiful initiative where parents are speaking to parents and helping them understand and navigate it's very difficult. The challenges of coming out is very difficult for the LGBTQIA person themselves. I came out when I was 28 years old. Nowadays, people are coming out when they're 16, 17, 18. But I came out, I was a very late bloomer. I came out when I was 28. And it took my mother almost 10 years to understand who I was, because she is from a small town with no resources, no material to read or see, in local languages primarily. So I think the Swikar parents are doing a fantastic job. So I would say that once Section 37 has been removed, I would say the next level would be for LGBTQIA plus community members to come out openly with their identities. And I don't even understand why more and more people are not coming out. People in power, people with status, people who are rich should all come out. What is stopping them? Why is this in the closet? I don't understand. I mean, I understand there's a stigma attached, but they're in a powerful position to break the stigma. There can be role models, and I don't understand why they're not coming out. They should, for sure. And the next person level of comfort should be, one of the good things is I think a lot of colleges have been sensitized. They've been holding Pride Month panel discussions right through the Pride Month. And I think the colleges are pretty much sensitized. So next level is the family. So I would say that the immediate need would be for families to be sensitized. And then we can move to the larger civil society, which includes religious leaders, judges, lawyers, medical health professionals, all the stakeholders, and we definitely need a far more impactful outreach program to reach to them, because they are really deaf. So that's what I want to say.
Great. Thank you so much for that, Sridharji. So Balaji, what do you think? What are your thoughts on those positive changes which the reading down of the Section 377 has brought to the society at large? Balaji, please unmute yourself. Yeah, thank you.
I think, of course, I'll go with Sridhar. Of course, I'll add on a few things. Of course, it has given courage to a lot of people to come out, specifically for me, of course, when Section 377 was scrapped. Of course, I had a lot of justification to give, a lot of validation to give. Okay, fine. Now, law is accepted. Why can't you? You know, and it gave a roadmap to us to kind of, educate, the coming generation. I mean, now, of course, when I go to schools and colleges, a lot of people ask the full form of LGBTIQ. They don't know the full form, and they want to know what is lesbian, what is bisexual, what is asexual, what is intersexual. So it has given a roadmap for youngsters like us. I don't know whether I should count myself in youngsters. I'm in 30s now, but still, it has given a roadmap for us to sort of educate the coming generation and tell them, okay, fine, the law has finally accepted, and now it's your turn to kind of, take over and educate as many people as you can, different generations, whether it's students, whether your parents, or whether your older generation, or anyone, whether. So yeah, it has given a scope, a hope for all of us, I would say, to see that change happening somewhere in these coming years. I don't know when, but of course, I could clearly see that happening when so many people are taking initiative, corporates, schools, colleges, as Sridhar said. So yeah, it has given hope for all of us to carry forward that legacy. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Balaji. So Lakshmi, what is your comments on the positive changes of this repealing?
I agree with Sridhar and Balaji completely that it's opened out society much more than what it was earlier. I agree with Sridhar that 30 years is way too long. It's like almost justice not being served, but finally it is. From the society's mental health point of view, I would say that this opens the door for parents who actually do want to accept to be able to accept, which they could not do while Section 377 was hanging like a sword over everybody's heads. And I feel from here, the next step would be, one is the acceptance that comes into society, but we are a very family-oriented society in India, which is something that many people don't realize. A lot of our mental health is based on our concept of family. And if the next step logically comes in, which is same-sex marriages, I think that will be the really greatest handle for people to then understand that inclusivity is not exclusive and it doesn't have to happen. It's just natural. I think I'm really waiting for that whenever it happens.
Sure. Thank you so much. And I think this also sums up the fact that despite 3 years of that section being removed, the LGBTQ community continues to face various prejudices, social, economic, and cultural injustices at the hand of the society. And this also in some way impacts the capacity of the LGBTQ person to not be able to fully access their rights as a citizen of India and, function all those rights that we get as a part of the Indian Constitution.
Yeah. The rights, yes, but even in terms of the family, they have relationships with the family which are not LGBTQ oriented, right? You have relationships where you have siblings, where you have uncles and aunts, where you have parents, and those cannot be fully. The potential of these relationships always remains under wrap as long as the opening up of society doesn't happen at the family level.
Absolutely. And also, when I was researching through, I realized that the LGBTQ people are more likely to experience intolerance, discrimination, harassment, and even threats to violence as opposed to, a heterosexual or a cisgender person, right? My question to the panel here is, what, according to you, is the reason for this homophobia or transphobia that stems in our society? While Manvinder ji also pointed out that we are a country of Kama Sutra and we have all those murals in our temples which are, ancient, but still our society has those few elements embedded in our own conditioning. So what do you think? Where does this stem from?
I won't put the blame on Section 377 or any Victorian law for the root cause of this homophobia and transphobia. I really think patriarchy, which is the dominant factor in Indian culture, is one of the, I would say, the most important factor which basically brings along this homophobia, because patriarchy does not allow anything which is not masculine. So all other identities, which are, even a gay person is not considered non-masculine because he's having sex with another man, which is supposed to be a non-masculine behavior, you know, even if he's not feminine in present in his gender expression, he would be considered a not very masculine person. So I would say patriarchy is the biggest block, and that is going to be really difficult for us to challenge, because Indian culture is rooted in patriarchy for centuries. You know, for us to uproot that patriarchy and say that all these different identities should be respected. And if you consider, women by themselves have taken hundreds of years to come and stand where they are, shoulder to shoulder with men. You know, that's, I mean, that they're being kind of subsumed and basically undermined for so many centuries by men. So I really think that we need to fight toxic masculinity, the patriarchal culture, and only then I would say that there'll be other identities can absolutely come forth and present themselves, saying that like we now need our rights, you know. So also I just want to point out, like, I mean, one of the good things about Indian culture is it's not been violently homophobic. In the West, you see a lot more violence against homosexuals and transsexuals. You know, I'm sure, like, I mean, Indian culture has been more tolerant, not accepting. Okay, but definitely we have moved from a little more towards acceptance compared to what 3 decades ago was. You know, but we need from right now, we have moved from tolerance to acceptance. We need to move towards integration. From acceptance to integration is going to be a longer journey next, what we feel, you know, where LGBTQIA plus community members are integrated in the larger fabric of society. They're represented everywhere, you know. I mean, when I say everywhere, the political system, the all kinds of work cultures, they should be represented equally. So that's going to be the challenge. And for me, you talk about marriage right as the next step, Lakshmi. I totally agree. I would want to get married to my partner for 26 years. You know, I've been with my partner for 26 years counting. I want to marry him because I think we want to basically share our properties and our bodies, you know, because even if today he or me falls ill, the other person cannot sign any papers at the hospital, you know. That's a big thing. So if I'm married to my partner, at least I have the right over his body, you know, and right over his property. But for me, before I would say marriage right, the fight should be about an anti-discriminatory law as a constitutional law, which should ensure that no discrimination against anybody of any sexual orientation, sexuality, or gender should be, the Constitution should guarantee non-discrimination. So, but I mean, just a small thing, I just feel that, like, after the 2018 verdict, the community has gone very silent. I mean, they're shouting it on the social media, of course, but I would say real work when it comes to demanding for equal rights, you know, working with the stakeholders, I just feel that, like, all of us are basically maybe more complacent. Okay, we have achieved one victory, you know, and that was a danger, because in 2009, when the Delhi High Court read down Section 377, all of us became very complacent. Oh, we have achieved this victory, let's relax now, you know. And immediately we were clamped down by the 2013 Supreme Court verdict, which was negative, you know. And then we all woke up and said, okay, let's fight for it now. So that should not happen. We need to basically keep up our fight, demand for our rights, and very vocally, I would say, yeah.
Lakshmi, your comments on this?
I agree with most of what Sridhar says. I would only like to probably add on that I feel the homophobia or the transphobia, more homophobia that exists, is probably related to Section 377 being there from such an old time, and even after independence, when the rest of the world was understanding how society moves, we just didn't address it or allow it to change for whatever the different reasons are. And I do feel it has played a part, which Sridhar feels it hasn't. The rest, everything, I do agree completely with Sridhar, because I feel somewhere that law did make a difference to a lot of people who did not mind coming out, who did not mind their children or they themselves open in society, but society is not accepting you. it's almost, it is criminal. So how will that gel? I mean, that has made a difference.
And Lakshmi, we also hear of these practices like conversion therapies, shock therapies, hypnotherapies, etc., to, in sort of cure homosexuality and all of, that. What is your thought on it? I mean, why do such myths exist, and, what are those struggles that we face in the mental health space?
Conversion therapy is something I don't agree with at all. I have luckily never been asked to hypnotize a person into feeling different. I wouldn't agree with it if anyone told me that also. Clinical hypnotherapy is a process in counseling, psychology, or any kind of therapy. So that is aside. And the myth of conversion exists, as a conversion therapy exists, I feel, because most people want something to change what they don't like, and they want that magic to happen. It's not true at all, but it's a wish that people have.
We can share something more on the hypnotherapy piece while you said it's there, aside as in a practice. How does that work?
Clinical hypnotherapy is about different pain managements, which could be emotional pain as well as physical pain. And it works hand in hand with counseling, with psychological counseling, with certain therapeutic processes, not procedures. And someone who's qualified will use therapy as well as hypnotherapy. Hypnotherapy is not just about past life regression, which is like completely different, and it's not necessary everywhere that you have to analyze and reanalyze all your past thought processes, or that's not the way therapies work. Modern day therapies work very, very differently, and we work with present requirements and what is happening to you now and how you can get over it. So hypnotherapy is essentially a part of it, where you kind of help somebody to relax. Once you relax your fight and freeze system, which is always on, right? When you're walking around, when you're aware, when you're fully conscious and aware, that is relaxed. Once that is relaxed, then your thought processes, your perspectives on the same situation changes slightly. And that's the way, that's at that time, therapy can be used in a way to help the client, help the patient understand what is happening without the fear and without that freeze that happens to people when they are facing certain situations in their life, or maybe certain phobias too.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. So my next question to Balaji on, as a society, and, when we are raising kids, we generally talk about all the hormonal changes that people go through, right? But we rarely do have any conversations around sex education and how, about gender identity or sexual orientation, because there are few assumptions that families have. And I think everyone before this have sort of talked about it. What do you feel are those challenges that children face? And I'm sure you would have some personal stories to share on how it has been. If you can share, what are those challenges which children face, while exploring their sexuality or understanding their gender identity?
First of all, of course, I would say this entire term, firstly, which you said, the term homophobia, there is a big generation involved over here. Like, it stems maybe from childhood, whatever we hear, we grow with that same ideology. And that's what forces us to accept certain things in society. And society, of course, they have a fixed mindset. And the term sex, of course, is very underestimated in our country. Like, whenever I just see, like, whenever there is any, I've seen a lot of things happening in the family, like whenever there is any intimate scenes coming on TV and this thing, then, parents kind of, change the channel. Oh God, ye mat dekho, don't see this and all, why? I mean, that's what my question is, why? That's where I think parents go wrong. I'm sorry, no offense, I'm not going against them, but of course, it's very important first and foremost to educate parents. Of course, we're educating different generations over here. We're educating students, we are educating corporates, we are educating the youngsters. But of course, over here, I say parents come first, because they should, of course, they spend the most of the time with the kids, even when they grow up, so parents should somewhere allow, their kids the nurture, to the best they could. So somewhere parents should be educated more than the sex education or the LGBTIQ education. So parents should be educated first, along with kids, of course, because they are going to be teaching, the one who are going to be, teaching. But unfortunately, they don't, because hame chote mein sikhaya jata hai, okay, fine. Why are you crying like a girl? Why are you walking like a girl? Don't play with Barbie dolls. Okay, only play cricket, football. You are expected to do certain things. There are certain gender foundations. So, from the start, kids are being pressurized to do certain things, certain activities only. So that's why somewhere, even if they want to come out, they don't. Because one of my friend, of course, who's still, of course, who's in class 10, she wants to come out. She identifies herself as bisexual. She wants to come out, but no, she's saying, Balaji, I stay in a very rural place, very small place, and, people won't accept here. It's a small township. So what should I do? So, because her mom has kind of put certain restrictions. You're only supposed to do this. You're only supposed to, take up this subject or whatever. So why this foundations? That's what I'm asking. Only, only girls can wear pink color clothes. Only girls can apply cosmetics. My very own cousin was thrashed just because he applied BoroPlus cream. Can you beat that? So why, I don't understand why kids are being conditioned. So that's where we need to open up and kind of, teach parents about different genders, different sexual orientation, and especially this gender fluid term. When it comes to gender fluid term, people still have this misconception, okay, they are transgenders. Because many people put my gender on LinkedIn, it's like, hello ma'am, how are you? Then I have to literally tell them, okay, this is what my pronouns are, this is what it is. So I literally need to tell them, educate them. So still there is a generation gap, and somewhere parents come into the picture. Parents should be educated first, and then of course others, followed by other people out there. So yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Balaji. And hi, Sonal. We sort of started a little ahead of time, so we just grabbed that opportunity to get more time to discuss on the topic. Thank you so much for joining.
And I just,
no worries at all.
Excited to join. Yeah.
So we are just discussing upon all the challenges and struggles that the community has been facing. We discussed upon Section 377 getting repealed, what positive changes that brought into the picture, and now we were just discussing with Balaji on what children face. And Sridhar also mentioned before you joined in that the movement earlier was mostly about cisgender gay men also, and not all other identities were so much out in the open, right? What are your views on this, and how do children struggle if, coming out, or, the idea of just expressing themselves? Because Sridhar did mention the first part is to come out to yourself, and that is the struggle that a lot of children face. So what's your thoughts on that?
That's quite a bit, quite a few things. So I'm going to try and break it down. So I think first of all, when it comes to, children and sexuality, there still isn't enough, still enough material for one, children, second, parents, and thirdly, teachers or, people working with children. So, but I have to say that in the last 30 years, there's been a dramatic change in terms of how much there was. Earlier, there was just no mention, no nothing. From that, this Pride Month, personally for me, I've been approached by many educators requesting for sessions in their schools. And by the way, if you would have gone even 5 years back, right, there was a deep resistance to work, on this subject within educational institutes. The other piece, I think, is that about safety of children, right? The thing is that what our research is showing is that the HIV positivity rates is very high amongst gay and trans children. Reports are suggesting that you become HIV positive as young as between 9 to 12 years. Despite this being the statistic, which is research proven backed by research, what we are finding is that most states don't want to even do sex education classes. And I think this really connects back to what Balaji is saying, right? Was saying that when it comes to just discussing sex, I think that there is a lot of uncertainty. People feel very afraid talking about it. And I think generally when we talk about desire, a positive language is, sort of missing. Yeah. So that's one bit of it. I think that the experience of growing up as a queer child is of course, is of course a unique one. I think that there are unique stressors that apply to queer children. So, I mean, unlike the other, the other children in class who are not really thinking about it, if I am a trans person, I constantly am conscious about my body language. A lot of times when trans children are growing up, they might have been mocked for either feminine mannerisms or for a girl for being tomboyish. And when this is done repeatedly, what happens is that it becomes a kind of internalized homophobia or transphobia which sort of lives with you. And that experience is very different. And I'm sure you will talk to many people. Almost all of us will say that we will have incidents where somebody has said something to us in our childhood. It's very, very. So the thing is that since ye pura language hi missing hai, there's hardly any language. What happens is that if there is any child who is gender non-conforming in any sense, whether it is their voice, it is their haircut, the kind of clothes that they are wearing, the kind of toys they like, the things that they are naturally attracted to, if they don't fit in this, conformative situation, what ends up happening is that there's a lot of violence. And I think first sight of violence hai familial violence. Sabse zyada family mein violence we are finding, right? Because parents feel that they feel very responsible for their children in one sense, and also sometimes it actually comes from a protective instinct. They don't want their child to suffer. They feel that there's this responsibility to work on my child, or it reflects badly onto my parenthood. Unfortunately, there isn't enough information. So what ends up happening is that the route they sort of take is that to beat up my child or to shame my child, or like basically just calling in other family members if they can't sort of handle the situation. And I think that trust levels really get broken when this happens with the family. Other than that, I think as a child, I think I would really want my counselors or my teachers to be supportive, but we are finding that they are another huge site of violence. Okay, so and you will find this stories from queer people that as a child I might have been bullied, right? And I go and tell my teacher, or my teacher finds out. Okay, sometimes it's the teacher itself who will in the class sort of isolate me in front of everybody, pick on me in front of the entire class, and be like, you deserved what happened to you. And when teachers sort of do this, teachers are not open about their position, students obviously learn from that. And a lot of times I find that students have actually told us, our peers have told us, we've done this for your own good, when they are engaging in violence. And I think, like, those things are very important pieces, that how do we work with the education system as a whole. Our educators, our professors need to be doing this work. Luckily अभी क्या है, जैसे now central government schools, they have a school counselor. हमारे टाइम में तो क्वेश्चन ही नहीं था स्कूल काउंसलर का. बट ये स्कूल काउंसलर्स भी जो हैं, they don't know any LGBT, they are not trained in gender sexuality, sorry to say. And I think that they end up creating more problem when a queer child comes to them than without them, And I think that's why it's so important that queer affirmative training is done, or a counselor is sort of has some experience, with working with clients before they jump onto children. Because I think कि जो childhood scars होते हैं वो काफी strong होते हैं, compared to adulthood. Yeah, so those are my first few thoughts, and I can add in as the panel goes on.
Can I just jump in a bit and mention something? I think what Sonal really talked about was very important, that the teachers and the counselors at the school levels and college levels need to be trained, But we need more training materials, first of all, in all languages, Right now, it can exist in Hindi, maybe, or English, but do we have enough resource materials, whether books or films or audiovisuals in various languages? So that's a need for the hour for us, basically myself and Balaji and Sonal, who are cultural practitioners too. We produce films and we produce writings. We need to definitely do it in more languages, not just the dominant language of Hindi and English, so that we are able to reach these material, not just to the, right now the metros are more sensitized, but when you go to tier 2 and tier 3 cities or villages, there's absolute lack of understanding or knowledge at all, that needs to be definitely addressed very urgently. Before we talk about even marriage equality, I would say marriage equality is too far ahead. Right now, there's a need for the hour. Thank you, Sonal, for bringing that up.
Thanks for those amazing points. And this, with with what just Sonal just said, I want to turn to Lakshmi on this mental health counseling piece. I was also reading the WHO earlier had put these under a mental disorder category and then subsequently removed it from their categories. What are those guidelines that WHO has come up with for the mental health of homosexual people? Are there any certain practices there?
No, I'm not too sure of what are the WHO guidelines for
Sure.
homosexuality, but yes, you're right. DSM-4 did have did not used it as a disorder, and it's no longer considered a mental disorder at all. So that's of course there. I would like to go back to what Balaji was saying, which I think I agree completely with, that parents need to be sensitized also. And with what Sonal said about counselors and the teachers, the educators themselves, that is the place that we need to start off at to help bring about the change, which will mean acceptance and inclusivity at a much healthier way, in a much more healthy way, mentally healthy way, I mean. So it is really, really important that the sex education, along with gender sensitivity, is not just for the children, but it is like with the parents included. Because the children learn something different in school and then they go home. And as Sonal rightly said, there could be an emotional violence that happens, abuse that happens with the children when they start talking about what's happening at school, or what's being told to them at school. So it definitely needs to go hand in hand, and especially for our society, where parents play a really, really important role and continue to play till adulthood and probably beyond. So that is a very wise point that Balaji has made.
So I would like to, coming from what Sridhar also mentioned, that the tier 1 cities are certainly more informed about this, and the people maybe in tier 2 or rural areas are someone facing more challenges. It has also been seen as a trend that sometimes people or young adults actually move to these larger cities like, let's say, Mumbai, Bangalore and Delhi to be able to live more freely. But this has its own challenges. Have any of you had any such experiences, or would know of people, and what are those other challenges that they face when they do take such a move?
Yeah, I think I think I'm a case where I moved to Bombay. Actually, I grew up in a small town in Vasco where there was hardly any language, and then I sort of moved to Bombay. Yeah, so I think that, and of course, migration is a big, huge part of our reality because of our stressors, right? A lot of times our family will not allow you to be who you are. Your society will not allow you to be who you are. So a lot of people prefer to actually leave these spaces and find a safe space outside of their, primary caregivers. But what we find actually, sure, you have a sense of safe space with the community, but there then become other challenges as well. So what we are finding is that, for example, if I take myself as an example and I think of me and my female partner, because we are two single women, housing becomes a challenge. Not everybody is willing to give single people housing, right? And other than that, what happens is that there is an disproportionate, I think, pressure put on you to be financially independent, right? So I mean, my brother or my sister don't have to think twice about whether they will include them or they will receive inheritance. But there are many people who, they that kind of jo emotional cover hota hai, jo financial cover hota hai, that is always at risk, right? Thirdly, what happens is that when you are in a city, you are living outside. Sure, there is this freedom, but there is a dual life also that you start living at some point, right? It can become very comfortable, I feel, when you are away from your parents and you are only having one call once a week or once a month. It can be very comfortable to not do, but unconsciously it does play a role on your mental health, right? What I in fact find is that if I am still living with my parents, of course it is challenging, right? But at some point I will come out, and sure, I will face whatever things are there. But if I manage to really come out, I think that it's a very different mental space that you are sort of in. And if I am frankly, in a smaller town and I have been accepted, there's a larger pool of people who are sort of around me to accept me. Whereas when I am living in a city, it becomes like I'm very dependent. I think like a lot of people unfairly they have to, you know, consider a life when they are fully on their own. And, you know, frankly, we don't even have any legal cover, right? So I don't have marriage equality, I don't have any laws, I don't have any of that, right? Because of that, our relationships sort of also suffer, right? And I think that these things as a whole, even if I migrate, they will continue to be challenges, you know.
So just to continue with what Sonal said, like in the 1970s and 80s when I was growing up, all of us just moved to the bigger city or abroad. That's only because in our own spaces, there's absolute silence. There's no acceptance. You don't even know a single gay man or lesbian woman at all. I mean, even after I moved to Bombay for 20 years, I didn't know. That's a different story altogether. But that was, a lot of us basically moved out of our home cities and going. Usually, most of us try to go abroad, you know, because we felt the West offered complete liberation and freedom for us gay men or lesbian men. So that is definitely a fallacy, as Sonal said, because you need to adapt to the new surrounding. You need to make your own connections. You need to find your feet. All that is definitely there. But what happens for me, interestingly, is like once you're settled in the bigger city, when you go back to your hometown, okay, after you're out and proud in the bigger city, when you go back to your hometown, and you suddenly immediately wear a mask. I mean, you cannot be out because you can be out in your family, but outside, the family's neighbors, my mother's set of friends, you know, all of them. I mean, we're not comfortable coming out to them, you know. So for me, it was very interesting that we screened one of my film in my hometown called 68 Pages, you know, and it's about a HIV/AIDS counselor, and one of our counselors is gay, one of our counselors is transgender person. And people were shocked. I mean, everybody attended because my mother invited them, you know. So my mother and brother made sure that the hall was full. But there was total silence at the end of film because they were totally shocked to see a gay character on screen, to see a transgender character. I'm talking about 2008 around, you know, much before any of this happened. So right now, even now, like when my name comes up in a local publication, English publication, that's fine. But when it comes in a Kannada publication, my whole hometown becomes really agog. And they circulate this on WhatsApp groups. You know, okay, Sridhar's name is there, and finally, after several WhatsApp, it reaches my mother, and she said, "Why did you have to speak to a Kannada newspaper?" I said, "Mom, I didn't speak to a Kannada newspaper. I spoke to an English newspaper which carried it in Kannada. That's all I did." You know, so it becomes really complicated. Even now, when you go back, you know, after so many years of being out and proud, when you go back, you need to be settling down to their expectations, the family's expectations, because they live there. You cannot antagonize them, and because they have to face that particular struggle every day in the small town, you know. So I would definitely, I'm respectful when I go back home to their needs and their surroundings for sure. Though I like to live my own life even there, but I still would be respectful to my family's needs there. Yeah.
Actually, a lot of things are coming back to how the family circles are knit together and how, you know, the parents sort of have this large influence on us as children. What do you feel when you talk to, you know, when you are counseling, you know, maybe children or parents of LGBT people? If you can share some thoughts from your experiences there.
So I just want to build up on what Sonal already spoke about, the difference that when you go to a larger town and you kind of subsume your identity with everybody around, and you don't feel, you feel that everything is all right. But it is not really authentic, because when you go back to your family, or at the back of your mind subconsciously, you are constantly aware that you're leading a dual life. And this definitely has a huge impact on your mental health, which means it also has an impact on your potential as a person, potential even with your career. So it kind of constantly destabilizes you somewhere within yourself, and it kind of makes you feel as if you're not a whole person. This can be very, very debilitating for the community, anyone, LGBTQI across, that because there is no then there is no self-acceptance. See, the next part that comes is the internalized phobia about oneself, because you're not conforming to the norms of society. Obviously, you can't change the society around you, but here you yourself are not able to hold your own. And that eats you up a lot inside. That's where it comes from, the mental health point of view. And to be able to be authentic, you're constantly trying to make society understand. Like Sridhar, even being a respected person of the community, still says that, oh, I have to mind what I do in my small town because my parents live there and they continue to live there. So that is being respectful and tolerant, but he's otherwise fully and wholly authentic. Now, if he wasn't, or somebody else wasn't, and living a dual life where even only his parents probably know, not even maybe the grandparents or the aunts and uncles live. Can you imagine the kind of mental pressure that the person is facing all the while? And this has been happening to the person for maybe 15 years, 20 years, 25 years. Just imagine living with that kind of a load on your head constantly. So that is what I would like to, that's where I would completely agree with Sonal, that it really makes a difference. Makes a difference to your entire life, not to be authentic to your own self.
Thank you so much. Balaji, I would, turn to you on understanding. And, this recent 2021 Pride survey said that 2% of the Indian population neither identified as a male or a female. So these includes transgender, non-binary, non-conforming, or gender fluid and others, right? In a society where we understand everything in this binary sort of a setup, what are the challenges that, people who do not conform to this idea, what are those challenges, if you can throw some light on that?
See, the term gender non-binary itself, firstly, of course, with due respect, I want to say I don't believe in the concept of gender, okay? For me, gender, I would say my genitals doesn't define my gender. My happiness defines my gender. My soul defines my gender. My spirit defines my gender, okay? So I don't believe in this entire concept of gender because gender is a very complicated word. It's like a heteronormative term, conditioned you are expected to do something. If you're a man, you're expected to only do certain things. If you're a woman, as I said before, you're only expected to do something. So this entire concept of gender non-binary itself needs to be highlighted in a positive, like as I said, a lot of people have been, even from the community, have been questioning me, okay, are you transgender? Are you going through a gender reassignment surgery? So certain questions coming outside the community, it's fine, okay. But from the community, of course, I'm not trying to, of course, there will be many people who might not know about this, but from the community also, I get questions like, are you going through gender reassignment surgery? Because whenever I see you on social media, you only, wear lipstick, kajal, bindi, why so? Why don't I see you in a pant, shirt and all that? So these are the questions, which is being asked. But I would say that even gender non-binary people are going through so much, as your previous question, I want to address there, there's this myth attached that, if you'll shift to a bigger city, nothing will happen. If you'll, everything will be fine. If you are in a rural area, okay, things will be very bad and all that. No. A lot of instances have happened with me right from the time I started my career in Delhi. Of course, I've quoted this a lot of times in all my talks. So where I went to this mall, of course, I saw a gown, a very beautiful gown, and I wanted to go to the, I went to the gents section, of course, and they said you can't carry a female outfit in the gents section. I was like, okay, fine. Then I went to the female section. Okay, I was very eager to buy that gown. I didn't know what to do. I told my friend, I really want to buy it. I'll try it, I'll buy it, no matter whatever I have to go through. Then I went to the female section. Of course, I got in and I told my friend, you please be here. And there's a sales girl, who comes in and she's like, how come your friend can, do this? And then, of course, my friend said, he's gender non-binary, gay, or whatever. She explained it. And then that salesperson said that, there is no separate section meant for homosexuals, gays, lesbians, and all that. It's either men or women. Okay. And she took away that gown and she asked me to leave the premises, And I was very shocked. I mean, that was my first ever experience. I was shocked what to do. I started crying actually. Then I put it on social media, and people told me to put it on social media. And a few days back, I got the head of that store, of course, he invited me and he gifted me that gown. So that kind of the people are still there. But of course, I'm saying there are a lot of instances which is still happening with gender non-binary people, harassment, like the place where I'm staying now, right now. It's a small, town in Tamil Nadu called Hosur, So there is this group of aunties who always kind of sits around in the evening and they kind of, they chit chat. So once I was walking with my bag, my handbag, and they were like, this is not for boys. Why are you carrying it? Like, why do I always see you like this? I feel so bad for your family, And of course, I have a different way of dealing with these people, because a lot of people, I mean, even when I open my social media also, someone called me half biryani a few days back. Good meetha, chakka, and all I've heard, but this half biryani, this concept I've never heard. I was like, what is half biryani? Okay. And so we have a different way of dealing. Someone calls me meetha, I call them kadwa. Okay, you call me meetha, I call you kadwa. Okay, it's the opposite of that. So I have gone through so many instances. Now I'm kind of reached a stage that, I deal it with my own way. Of course, there are certain people, my friends who are gender non-binary, they say, Bala, how do you deal with this every single day? I said, there'll be a time you'll come to that stage where you will know how to handle these people, because people who actually, I believe, who make fun of you, whether it's homophobic people or whoever is making fun of you, somewhere I feel they are not able to accept themselves. That's why they are making fun of others. They are, वो लोग वो सच को नहीं मानने को तैयार हैं, वो लोग अपने आप को accept करने को तैयार नहीं हैं, and they are not able to accept the change. They are not scared of gays or lesbians or anything for that matter. They are scared of this change, this revolution, which is on the verge of which is happening right now. So I believe this term actually should be highlighted more, and kind of people should come more. I want to see more gender non-binary people coming out and kind of talking about. The more you talk about your struggles, the more you talk about those positive changes. Like I tell, wherever I go, I tell how do I deal with them, how to deal with homophobia. This is what I actually kind of tell them. So I want more people, gender non-binary people, coming out and kind of sharing their story, and so that it kind of tells what exactly this term is and what we go through and how to deal with this, and how to change people's perception. People immediately misquote your gender the moment they see you in bindi or whatever. They'll say, okay, he's ma'am, it's ma'am, okay, let's address ma'am. So then of course that's not fair. First you need to, there is a way to approach, there's a way to ask also. If I don't mind, what are your pronouns, like everyone asks, so there is a way to deal with queer people, not only gender non-binary, anyone, any LGBTIQ people from any gender sector. You are supposed to ask them questions in a certain way, that should not hurt them at the end of the day. So yeah.
Thanks a lot for sharing that. That's a lot of experiences that you are sharing, and I really appreciate all of you to have come here and share those personal experiences. I'm sure that takes a lot of courage to be able to share these things. Even Sridhar had mentioned that we need more people who are in powerful positions, who we don't know why they're not coming out, maybe certain personal reasons or whatever it might be. And I would take this opportunity, because three of you are working with the cinema industry, and it has been a general viewpoint for people who are not from that background, that cinema, art, fashion, theater, these are the industries which are more progressive, which are more inclusive of LGBT people rather than any other corporate setups or professions. What are your thoughts on that? Is this notion stands true, or is it just the same everywhere?
No, I mean, the film industry purports to be inclusive, but absolutely it excludes any other forms of expression beyond the typical heteronormative, cis male focused portrayals. That has been the norm for centuries. Over the last, I would say, decade or so, things have changed. There are more women-focused films per se, women-oriented films, and led by strong women portrayals, led by strong women actors. But and I've also seen a little more change in the portrayal of LGBTQ characters over the last at least a decade. Gone are the days when the effeminate, sissy person, I won't even call the person transgender. I won't even call him gender non-fluid. He was just a caricature, a sidekick of the hero, would make a pass of the hero and get beaten up or killed. So that is at least gone. I would say most of the films do not have those stereotypes anymore. There's still this odd gay jokes happening in every other film. I will let it pass. That's fine. They have to have fun at our expense. That's fine. A little bit of fun is okay. But that should also stop, hopefully. But I feel that like there's a lot more positive portrayals which has come over the last at least like 6-7 years, I would say. A lot more feature films. But again, there's one film every year. That's all. You have thousands of films per se, and there's only 1 or 2 films which are positive LGBTQ portrayal. That's not enough. And again, these films are still focused on gay and transgender stories. Where are the women's lesbian women's story? Where are the bisexual women's stories? Where are the trans men stories? So those are just basically being found in the short film format and independent film format. We organize a Kashish Film Festival every year. And every year we receive 60 Indian LGBTQ films. Can you believe that? There's so many Indian LGBTQ films are being made, but they don't have a platform to be screened apart from Kashish. We screen almost 35, 40 of them every year, So we need to basically build an exhibition platform where the people can access these films easily. The non-Pixar cast films, the independent films, the short films, like the films that Sonal Gyani has made, they're beautiful, they're basically true to life. They explore diversity of the trans culture, trans man culture. So I think we really need more stories like that. And I think the OTT platforms have been a little more, I would say, cutting edge. They've given more space to LGBTQ character, basically still, I would say, gay and lesbian characters, primarily. If you see Made in Heaven and Four More Shots 1 and 2, they are the flag bearers of the, I would keep mentioning it in every panel now, but they have really pushed the envelope a lot more. They've really been very positive in the portrayal, but we have not reached the kind of portrayals which the Western web series has. Like suppose you say Tales of the City, inspired by Amistad Maupin's series, and that has basically a trans man character who just happens to be a trans man. The series is not about his angst of being, oh, why am I trans man? Is my family accepting? Who am I? What am I? All that is not there. He's a trans man who is part of the narrative, and his love life is explored. He has a middle, beginning, and end completely. His story is complete. And so, but the angst is removed at least. He's a part of a larger fabric of the society. Similarly, The Politician, the series, again, it has a non-binary character beautifully etched out, He's an assistant to the politician, period. He's not like the film is not focused on that, but he has enough space in the whole thing. So these are things I would say we need to move. But again, we should not be basically ticking boxes. Okay, I have one Dalit character, one gay character, one trans character. But if you're making a character, make it complete. Give full justice to the character. But definitely we need more TQIA plus representation in mainstream cinema. The independent cinema short films are really doing a brilliant job of it, and we need more avenues to show that. I don't know what Sonal thinks.
No, I think I agree with you 100%, Sridhar. I just want to add that, what we are finding is that, especially after the judgment, there are many of these corporate films that are coming out, or advertisements, ad films that are coming out about the community, right? And that is suddenly giving the impression that, oh, society is really very friendly. But actually that's not been the case, and in fact, how do you really how do you judge if a certain industry is actually queer friendly, right? That's the important question to ask. Now that would apply to films, it could apply to corporates, but I think definitely when it comes to workspaces, some of the things that we do want is some kind of protection against discrimination. There needs to be a clear-cut anti-discrimination policy. There needs to be, for trans persons, there needs to be restrooms, there needs to be support groups, there needs to be health insurance, all of these things. I think when it comes specifically to the film industry, it's not formalized. The sector is not formalized in that kind of way. So there isn't really any protection. And we are finding that, there is a kind of bias playing out within those communities as well, that the trans person should only be a makeup artist. The trans person will be the person who's deciding costumes. But am I seeing enough actors? Am I seeing enough directors? Am I seeing representation across the different fields, whether it is script writing, whether it is direction, whether it is music, whether it's sound? That I'm not finding. I'm only finding them ki wo ek do jagah pe hain. Other thing that we are finding is that these corporates who are bringing out these films, right? When we go back and check whether in their corporate houses, the environment has been created to be LGBT friendly, it hasn't been created. And that is actually a huge disservice, because when I see your ad somewhere outside, I will assume that, okay, this organization is queer friendly, and I apply and I get in, and you have done no sensitization work there, no legwork has been done, and you in fact make it an unsafe unsafe space for me to sort of join that industry. And I think those things are very like important to sort of understand. I think when it comes to the media industry, I agree completely with Sridhar that जो films है वो बहुत far few and between है, और every time one feels that Bollywood is moving a few steps ahead, they move like 20 steps behind. So while in the last 3 years we had films like say Aligarh, or we had films like Margarita with a Straw, or even having two films like Ek Ladki Ko Dekha To and this other one, Shubh Mangal Zyada Savdhan, we had the main actor unambiguously saying that they are either lesbian or gay, which was not the case earlier. But then we also have a Ram Gopal Verma who's making, this film called Girlfriend, which is like completely like it's like male gaze written all over it. And that's what we are still finding with characters ki hamari jo characterization hai, it is still having that heterosexual gaze. Okay, so the only things that you are seeing us is that you will see that violence is sort of, by the heterosexual community, violence is sort of being celebrated. So you will have films where you will only see violence or suicide or murder or killing and all of that. Whereas when you come to Kashish, which is primarily a queer festival, I think that the filmmakers are being little more responsible, right? And so and especially when you see filmmakers who are queer filmmakers making queer stories, you will find that the narrative is more complete, like Sridhar mentioned. And there are happy stories, like, we're not dying for everything. Frankly, out of these panels, I have a great happy life, right? So, but I feel like that is not represented in mainstream, and that needs to change.
Yeah, I just want to add one thing to what Sonal said. Like, I mean, if these corporate companies have spent 20 lakhs to make an ad film, will they spend 2 lakh rupees to support a transgender shelter home? That will not happen. I mean, they will not walk the talk. They just want to sell their brand, that's fine. But also, if you're using the community to sell your brand, support the community, its initiatives, support a book, support a film, support whatever, support like transgender shelter homes, they don't give money at all. I mean, when you go and beg, nothing happens, So that's something which I think pinkwashing is definitely, we are very happy that so many corporates are coming out in support, but pinkwashing is a very, very dangerous thing and is real. We need to be aware of it and basically counter that basically with making sure that they walk the talk and provide services, and especially in-house services, like make the environment friendly, as Sonal said, for LGBTQ. They're hiring people, they're hiring transgender people, but are they enabling an environment for the transgender person to work with her or his complete genuine self there? No. So those are definitely ideas which needs to be taken to the corporates and make sure that they adhere to that.
Balaji, your experiences of working, and how do you feel the struggle is there when you go out there as a professional?
Luckily, in my case, all my workplaces, wherever I have worked, everyone have been very LGBTIQ plus friendly. But before that, of course, I was rejected by so many companies. I think a reason on the face that, you are from the queer community and we can't afford people like you because there are a lot of decent people who work here. I mean, honestly, I have got that feedback from the person who was taking my interview. So there was almost like, I think I got rejected by almost 16 to 20 companies, 15 to 20 companies who have openly told me. And the minute, so what I did was I said, okay, I won't hide it. Of course, there's no reason to hide. So in my CV also, I have put out and proud gay, and I've put it, so that they know before itself. And if they want to hire me based on my skills, very good. If they want to hire me based on my sexual orientation, I'm sorry, you are not the right fit. I mean, even if you'll offer me 1 lakh or 2 lakh rupees, I'm not going to join your company because you're not queer friendly. So what experience I will get, I can barely imagine that, So when it comes to my situation, of course, even during the interview, I would say my previous agency. So what I did was when I went for the interview, I was very nervous. I wanted that job because I didn't have any other option. That was the only offer I had. And if I wouldn't have got that offer, I would have moved out from Bombay. I had to come back to my place in Bangalore. So I was so many things were going on in my mind. I think it happened in 2019, So I was like, should I tell? Should I not tell? What should I do? Of course, it was there, in my CV. But of course, I think they didn't see or whatever. And so my boss came, of course, for the interview, and he sat down. He was like, he didn't even start the interview. So I just told him that, before you start the interview, I want to tell you something, because I've always been very crystal clear in terms of my conversation that I'm gay. I identify myself as gender fluid homosexual person. So now it's up to you whether you want to give me a job based on my skills or sexual orientation, because I think I deserve this job because I have that enough skills which this job requires. I didn't want to create a sympathy, because a lot of people feel, okay, we create sympathy in the organization. We use that LGBTQ this thing and kind of we create sympathy. But I'm sorry, guys, that's not the case. It's just that we are open. There's nothing to hide. We just want to come out and we just want to tell this is what we are. And I was very upfront with him. I put certain terms and conditions also with him. I said, I'm going to be dressed up like this only. I'm not going to come in any formals or anything unless, whatever. So I made myself very clear. And they agreed. That was very good. They agreed. So we respect your decision. We respect you as a person. We just see skills. That's what they said, So corporates, of course, are come. But luckily in my case, I never faced, homophobia in organization. Everyone have been very supportive. In my current organization also, people have been, have been celebrating Pride Month, and my bosses have been very supportive. They have been very vocal about it, and they have been giving me a lot of space to come and speak out to HR or to them if I in case face any issues or whatever. Like in my previous organization, I want to say that I was not comfortable using a gents washroom. I told them why not a gender fluid washroom, because I've seen in Delhi also, there's a queer cafe there. So I just saw that we don't care. So that's what I just saw. And so I was like, why not gender fluid washroom? So of course they allowed me to, use the girls washroom because I was not comfortable. I'm still not comfortable using a gents washroom, and I'm not ashamed to say this. So I was wondering, how should I say this now? Baki jagah mein to bol liya, because they're all my friends here. It's a new atmosphere. When I joined, of course, my initial days, when I joined my previous agency. So of course, I went to my boss and the founders, and I said that this is what this scene is, and I've always avoided using gents washroom, and I want to use girls washroom unless you guys create a gender fluid washroom. So I was allowed to use that. So in that case, I consider myself very lucky that I've never, faced any sort of homophobia. But still, I feel bad from some of my friends who are in the IT sector, who say they face so much of homophobia, people make fun of them and all that, So I've heard about it, but yeah, in my case, touch wood. I've got some kick-ass bosses to work with who have been supporting me, Kithinkin. So yeah.
Thank you so much for that. Lakshmi, I think we are very close to the closing time. So I'll just quickly ask you this one thing. You counsel a lot of people from the LGBT community. So I would like to know from your experiences, what are those challenges that they continue to face till date, and what are the interventions that can help people overcome their, challenges that they do face here?
Of course, the biggest challenge is the non-acceptance of the self and non-acceptance by society and family, which is continuously faced. Interventions, as we spoke about, should be at the level of schools and along with parents. Those would really help. Similarly, interventions at work levels, which is corporate levels. It could also be city councils, which is municipalities, what we call. From that level onwards, it has to be with the police sensitization. All of it is required. There's so many interventions that are needed. But what I'd like to emphasize here is adding up on what Balaji spoke just now. When you, as Balaji feels that the queer bathroom was a problem for him. Queer bathroom was a problem, and because of that, the bosses were kick-ass. But see the way that you are presenting yourself with self-confidence and self-respect. This is what has to be built into interventions when there are interventions with people from the LGBTQ community. And that is the most important. That's not done. Like what Sridhar spoke of earlier when he spoke about only the angst being shown in films and how mainstreamed other characters, even Sonal added on to the same thing. That is important. If you're constantly showing angst, then you're not helping a member of the community to be self-confident. Self-confidence, self-respect, acceptance of the self, which is why Balaji has not faced what is faced by other queer people, because of the self-confidence and the self-acceptance. And I'm sure that happens with you, Sridhar, and you, Sonal, too. So how is this going to be built into the community is something the community leaders really need to think about. And not always focusing on the negative angst aspects. Yes, that is there. We are all fighting it. Just like women, when women started becoming mainstreamed as people who can work, people who can vote, which must have been in the mid 20th century. It was not there before that, I mean, how did it happen? It was not by focus just on the angst and the negativity. It was definitely mainstreaming is part of self-acceptance also. I mean, making sure that people are not made to feel different, and only negative portions of what it is about them is highlighted. That is the real change. And I think the community leaders need to really look into that aspect and space for mental health and for exploiting potential of the community, which is tremendous, which is really, really tremendous. So next question, what you asked me, just a little short on what are the special problems. I see normal mental health problems across the community, and they're not just focused on community mental health problems, even if you're part of the community. So then that comes back to what I was saying before, that it is not just because of the community that you face the angst, it is because you have not accepted yourself as a person. Till you do that, you're going to face this kind of loss of self-esteem, which is constantly around you. And that makes you a lesser person in your own eyes. And that is debilitating for any kind of growth, whether it's career growth, personal growth, relationship growth, emotional growth, anything.
Thank you so much for that, Lakshmi. I mean, a discussion does increase the dimension of everyone who takes part in it. And I, for one, have had a wonderful evening being here with all of you, getting these insights. But before I let you go, and I wish I had more time, but I get my cue. We guys need to get the next panel up. But before I leave, I would like to just have last thoughts from all of you on what can be done, and one message for the youth out there who might be facing any one or maybe more of these challenges that we just discussed about. Starting with you, Sridhar, I think.
So basically, while I would welcome the marriage equality law being passed, I really think we need to be respectful of single LGBTQ people. You could be a single gay man, you could be a single lesbian person, you could be a single queer person and be happy. You can lead a fulfilled life as a single person. You don't need a partner attached. This comes from the very heteronormative idea that only a marriage is an entire fulfillment of one's destiny. That has to change for sure. You can be single and you can be happy. That would be the message I'm giving, though I'm partnered with my partner for 26 years. I really think that there's more, I would say, more cheering to do for single LGBTQ people, and they should definitely be celebrated, for their singleness and being happy and fulfilled as single people. So I really would welcome that particular change in people's attitudes, that like you should only be partnered, you should only be married, to be happy. That's not true. You can be happy even otherwise. Yeah.
Great. Balaji, your last thoughts on the panel discussion right now. Yeah.
As of course, I would go with Lakshmi, what she said. Of course, negative things. There are so many negative things happening. it's a struggle, of course, it's an everyday struggle. But what I would say is, you need to remember two things which will make your life also beautiful and which will make you a happy, human being. That is self-love and self-acceptance. If you won't accept yourself, if you won't, until and unless, if you won't love yourself, you can't expect acceptance and love from others. First, you need to tell yourself that every day. That's what I tell my kids also, that, you need to go in front of the mirror, tell that I'm fabulous, I'm beautiful. You need to say all these positive words. That's going to increase your self-confidence. That's going to increase your motivation. That's where, you will, as of course Lakshmi said, you will get that confidence to face all the negative things which is happening in your life, and you'll be able to walk with pride. So you really need to accept yourself first. You need to tell that I'm whatever I am. We all have been manufactured by God, right? So we have no rights to make fun of anyone or bully anyone, whether we are fat, whether we are dark, fair, whatever it is. We are beautiful. All of us are beautiful, and also love yourself. We always expect, okay, this person is not loving me. Why this person is hating me? First, you need to ask yourself, do I love myself enough that others can love me? Today, I love myself. That's why so many people who comes and supports me, who loves me the way I am, the way I carry myself. The minute I change myself, people was like, okay, what happened to Bala? What's wrong with him? He was not like this. So whatever I am, I will be. I'm not going to change for others. I don't have to validate anyone because I'm not doing anything wrong. So self-love and self-acceptance is very, very important, which you need to remember in your life. And that will make your life happy. And of course, you need to spread lots of love and happiness.
I would like to add on to what Balaji and even Sridhar spoke about, is the first thing you should have is the best relationship you have is the one that you have with yourself. And that is the most important and first step in good mental health. So I agree with Sridhar when he says that marriage is not the be all and end all and the basis and the building block of a society. It is, you can be alone and be just as happy. And you're not alone. If you have a relationship, a self-accepting, respectful relationship with yourself, which is self-love, as Balaji says, and what I said, powerful self-acceptance, then you have a relationship with yourself. Then you can look for relationships and spread the love, as Balaji said. Then that is where you have a partner, as Sridhar has a partner for many years. But you can't do that in happiness if you don't feel happiness within yourself, with yourself.
Sonal, your message to the youth out there?
Yeah, I had 3 points actually. The first one is about self-love. I think that, a lot of times people push self-love on us, but I am like, it's okay if I self-hate also. It's all right. Just let me be. The thing is that I think a lot of times when it comes to self-love, we push self-love on people as though it is a journey which needs to be individualistic. But actually, it needs to be pushed back onto community care as well. What are we doing as communities to ensure that I do have self-love? It's like, asking me to be Hercules working on my self-love when the community around me is not supportive of me, right? So that's one piece of it. So I think that my advice to young people would be, who are struggling with their sexuality, to let you know that being on this other side, and I have been in a place where I was in the closet where I was like, ki bhai, my parents will never understand. There's just no question of me coming out. These other people who are out, their parents must be different. My parents are not like this. Chance hi nahi hai. We have all been there, where we genuinely believe that other people had better parents. Hamara to ye ho hi nahi sakta. To them, I want to say that it does get better. There is a possibility you will be able to, come out. And when you do come out, it does get better. And I will very strongly encourage people to get in touch with support groups, right? Because the thing is, it's very important that you do have a community around you that is affirmative about your gender and sexuality, which unfortunately is not going to happen alone. And my last third piece is to tell allies, in fact, that, a lot of times allies are not open about their support, And sometimes I find that while allies are driving change, they are not doing it very openly. They are worried. A lot of people want to support, but they are afraid of backlash. So they don't, speak in their organizations, or they don't push for a sensitization in their organization. They have a fear of backlash that somebody will think they are queer or something like that, right? To them, I want to say, this is my whole life, right? what you are facing for those few half an hour of negotiation, that is my whole life, right? So allies also need to come out openly about their support. हमको नहीं मालूम है, जब तक आप ओपनली नहीं बोलोगे, आप वो प्रोनाउन अपने प्रोफाइल में नहीं डालोगे या ओपनली शेयर नहीं करोगे, we are not going to, we don't know. And frankly, the support also has to be in written. So because I am not going to, I cannot expect that society is going to change overnight. It's not going to happen, and it is a reality. Violence is a reality. So give us some tools to firefight when in the middle of all of this, right? So give us a written anti-discriminatory policy that you need to do. So those are my bits. Thank you.
Thank you so much for all of that. And I believe, Sridhar, what you just said in the start, that from tolerance we move to acceptance, and then hopefully we'll move to integration. That time should be soon enough, and we'll not take another 3 decades to reach there. And with those thoughts, I will hand it over back to Vinita and Shreya. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Psychologia Connect, for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this amazing panel here.
Thank you so much. Really
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for being here on panel with us. So we have a few questions from the, during the panel discussion, a few of the people were raising their hands and they have questions for the panelists. So yeah, those who are interested, you guys can just ask, interact, whatever you want. I guess Sushma Sharma ma'am had to ask something. So yeah. Yeah, she's there.
Hi, I'm a psychotherapist and I've been practicing for over 25 years. And I have had a lot of the community, who I have come out to me. I've tried to help them every way. But, I think, a little bit more of information of the support groups is what, should be out there, so that I could put my clients onto those support groups or something, because I mean, honestly speaking, whatever I see on the net is all that I know, nothing more. So I would like to be a part in any way that I can, because I'm absolutely open to this, absolutely. And I have great respect for all you people, who have come out so courageously and, speaking about your life and your problems and all that. And
thank you so much.
I know from my clients, they've really, really gone through hell and back. And parents are the worst, the worst. Unfortunately, I don't like to use that word, but the parents, they just don't understand. They'll take them to babas, they'll take them to get blood tests done and, whatever. But, they just don't accept the fact that, this is possible. And educated people. I'm not talking about, middle class, lower middle class. No, I'm talking about the educated people who know the world, who've traveled the world. And so I hope somewhere, I can get in touch with you now that I have your numbers and stuff, where I can, be given some sort of support group information. Okay?
Sure, definitely.
So,
Yeah. So
it was very nice to interact with all of you all, and keep the good work going.
thank you. Sushma ji, you can basically, for any support for the parents, you can definitely look up the Rainbow, Swikar, the Rainbow Parents. They're a Facebook group. But if you write to them on the Facebook, immediately somebody responds and they will have a parent talk to the other parent, that would be, I would say, a peer counseling seems to have helped a lot of people. A lot of parents are coming around, So definitely the Swikar, the Rainbow Parents, you can take a look at the resource. I think Sonal has put a link in the chat with resources, so you can take a look at that too, ma'am.
Yeah, and also for the, for the person who's coming out, where they can, join some support group or, like-minded people, so that, they don't feel that, oh, I'm, lost, that sort of a thing. I will certainly keep in touch with you all. Thank you so much.
I have one question. Hi. So I'm an HR professional, and while I'm trying to build policies which are gender agnostic, create anti-discriminatory policy. I'm also an ally. I really want to know as to how I can be more instrumental in making this movement, stronger. But I really don't know how to.
Sonal.
Sonal, you are on mute. You'll have to unmute.
Yeah. Sorry. Right. So I think, one of the first few things that you sort of need to do is begin with a sensitization in your organization, right? Before you start any framework with policies or anything like that. I think it also depends on who are you sort of targeting first. Some organizations, they work with first their HR or diversity inclusion team, first sort of working with them. But sometimes people may have experienced some kind of problem coming up on the floor related to the community, so they might choose to do it on the floor. So what we find is that if you connect to the community, any organization, myself, the Humsafar Trust, there's a huge pool of resources where we do workshops on diversity and inclusion. So for example, I do sessions on sex, gender, sexuality to clear out people's basics. Sridhar has Kashish, films from Kashish that he has been screening in corporates. We have there's a range of resources available which are cultural as well, not just theory level. So one is, of course, you do the sensitization, but post the sensitization, like I said, that it needs to reflect in your policy. Besides that, I would say some of the other things you should look at is that getting a buy-in from your leadership. I have found that only when leadership sort of is more serious about it, the change happens properly. Otherwise, वो काफी time लगता है. So I think कि sensitization पहले leadership की होनी चाहिए. And if you get a buy-in from them, then that is great. And again, they need to be open about it. Another good tip I can give to people where you are still struggling with it is to open an employee resource group. Sometimes what happens, if you can't drive it, if the community feels that there is genuine interest from the HR or from the DNI team, it is driven by them, right? And sometimes you will find that these groups will have only allies for 1-2 years, but that's really because the community is sitting and observing that do you really even mean it. But once you have the ERG group in place, more than half the work gets done by the community itself. So yeah, those are the first few things that I can sort of offer you as advice. Happy to connect personally with you also. My email ID is gyanisonal@gmail.com, and happy to set up something for you if you need it. I have also, by the way, for Sushma ji, I've shared a video on that I made on how people could come out to Indian parents, and below that I have given a description. In the description, I have given a list of resources for young queer people also.
So, I would like to thank all the panelists for being here today. Thanks Sonal, thanks Balaji, thanks Lakshmi, and thanks Sridhar for being here and sharing your insightful knowledge with us. Like at Psychologia Connect, we had this is our second annual LGBTQ Leaders Conference. Our first was on oneness for all, and this year we want to embrace the difference. And I'm definitely sure, like whatever you guys have told us, we'll try to implement those in our venture also, and we will definitely try to work out things where we can provide counselors and be the supporters and allies for the community. So the first thing I prefer, like everybody, whoever is here and is an ally to the community, should go on all their social media handles, and as Sonal said, they should say we are the supporters, and an ally doesn't mean that you are part too. So yeah, so that's how we can start with a small step, embracing the difference over here. And yeah, so there is something which is specially kept for everybody. We have Alokik Jain, who has recently this year come out as a gay, and he's an amazing baker. So it's time to have some pastries and cakes. So if Vinita is assigning the breakout room where we have kept an exhibition about all his cakes and pastries, so guys, please visit his stall and have a look at it, like a virtual expo kind of a thing. And yeah, grab your pastries and cookies from there. So now I'm just moving forward, thanking all our participants for today. And
all our supporters, all our social media promoters, all our community partners, gift partners, and support partners. A special thanks to the Unicorn team for supporting us, Alu Eats by Aloki Jain, and a gift partner. So many of you all might have received your gifts by Greet and Go. Our media partner, the Indian Saga, Savian Communication, and Leher. And a community partner, HRAI, where we intend to put Pushstart, Mirative, Mindcube, and Atmanirbhar Bharat. So let's together create a difference. Moving forward to the introduction of our next panel discussion. I guess maximum people are there in the breakout room, so yeah. Let's wait for them to just come back and then we can start. So moving forward, I'll just start with the introduction. I request the IT team to please share the screen. Introducing our moderator for the second panel, Advocate Usha Andevar. She is a lawyer by profession, practicing in criminal and family side for more than 27 years. She has been associated with the community issues and NGO for around 27 years. She is also in various ethical committees and POSH committees dealing with sexual harassment at workplace, and a part-time professor teaching law in various colleges in Mumbai for more than 15 years. She conducts trainings for sexual harassment and domestic violence issues and various laws relating to LGBTIQ community and HIV Act. Thank you. Moving on to our next, thank you, Advocate Usha ma'am, to be with us. Moving on to our panelists. Our next panelist is Ashok Rao Kavi. Ashok Rao Kavi is wickedly called Amma in the hothouse of homosexual world of Mumbai. He's also our chief guest for today's event, and I've already introduced him before. Moving forward, to add on more to his introduction, he is the change maker, one of the most of the legends known in the LGBTQI community, who started his journey in 1984. Looking forward to hear from you, sir, and learning things and learning how we can work in the industry, train, educate, and grow together. Moving on to our next panelist, Pallav Patankar. Pallav is currently the Director, Partnership at Avigna India Private Limited. Avign focuses on technology innovations in healthcare space. He's a co-author of a book entitled A People Stronger. He's also the spearhead an initiative called Cure and Political that discusses the queer identity as a political identity. He is a fellow of famous five Ananta Aspen Kamalnayan Balaji Fellowship and a member of Aspen Global Leadership Network. It gives me immense pleasure to have introduce our next panelist, who is a clinical psychologist from past 18 years and has given her counseling in the community just like the way she is. Himangini Himalokar. She has been dealing with relationships issues, adult mental health concerns, and currently working as a director with Committed Communities Development Trust and associated with some LGBTQI support groups too. As a psychologist, and provides support to the community member. Last but not the least, I'm a person who is a Bharatnatyam Kathak trainer and has even created her identity over there, Abhina Iyer. She is a transgender activist in India, working in the HIV and human rights since last 24 years in India. She started a social work engagement with oldest LGBTI organization called the Humsafar Trust. She started her first trans-led dance group of queer advocacy in India called Dancing Queens, and established her first collaborative organization with trans women and trans men in India called Tweet. which is just a abbreviation of Transgender Welfare Equity and Empowerment Trust Foundation in India. She has been awarded with the Rex Award in 2014, Global Innovator in 2017, and MB Round Table Award in 2020 for her community. Thank you so much, all the panelists and the moderator. Moving on to our next session.
Good evening, everyone. Ashok is joined. Ashok is there.
Yeah, everybody's just joining. We just have people in the breakout room. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So should we wait for 2 minutes or we should?
Yeah, we should wait for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Usha ma'am and Palav Patankar, so you can guys too can go to the breakout room and have a look at Aloki Jain's like virtual expo what he's put up.
How do I do that?
I'll just open the breakout room and I'll just assign you. You'll just get an option in a moment.
Hi, Amma. Good evening.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, Amma. This is Abhina. Good evening.
Oh, hi, Abina. Sorry, I'm a little the phone went off.
Yeah. I was also struggling with internet today. I don't know what.
Yeah. Are we in now?
Yes, sir, we are in. We're just getting the participants back from the breakout room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for the coughing.
No, you're not keeping well. All good?
No, I'm okay. It's just that I drank, the tea was very hot, so it burned my throat. Yeah.
Ashok, be careful.
Yeah, I know. Oh, hi.
Hi. I think we have to bet there's only 9 participants, including us, I suppose.
The volume really is an issue.
Volume is less. Just a minute.
A little bit more.
Yeah, one sec.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'll use headphones, doesn't it?
Your volume is okay. Am I audible, Pallav?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah.
Yes, Usha.
Hello, Pallav.
Hi.
Yes.
So we have the participants coming back from the breakout room. To our main chat. Usha ma'am, we can start with the session.
Should we start? Because other than us, I think there are only 2 or 3 of them who has joined.
Yeah, people are just, they will
Anyway,
join. We'll wait
this
for
is a
5
recorded session, right? They will anyway put it out on their social
Okay,
media.
then I think this is, yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, should we join? Should we start?
Yeah.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Ashok, Pallav, Hemangi, and Abhina. Good evening. After a long time, we are meeting in the lockdown in Zoom. Okay, I'm moderating this session for the first time, but I think I should be okay with the people whom I know I'm working with. Okay, so let's start this with the questions to everyone. And feel free the question. Sometimes maybe I might ask Hemangi or Pallav or Ashok, but there might be someone who want to chip in with some of their answers. You please free to chip in with your answers. Okay. Okay. First, I would like to go to Ashok because he's the, I won't say oldest because he will be very annoyed. So the youngest old person, Amma, lovingly. Okay.
Thank you for being so polite.
Okay. Ashok, the first question is to you.
Hello, everybody.
It's a very basic question. And that is that how do parents and teachers, react to the children coming out? And how can that be changed with education?
I think the most mothers seem to know about their children. There is some cognition that the child is different, and so you can't. They always say in the gay world that you can't fool your mother. Fathers are different because they're a little distant in the patriarchal system. They're not supposed to be hands-on, but whatever it is, the mothers know. Now, coming out to the mother is one of the safest options. There's another thing that you can come out is to your elder sisters. Sisters are also great allies. So parents usually have varying degrees of acceptance scales, as I call it. Fathers will not accept it at all. they feel there is something wrong in their own masculinity. They blame themselves. So it is definitely difficult for fathers to accept. But in my case, it was the other way around. My father was like a friend, and I was interrogating him about my sexuality. And I told him that I heard that in school that boys and girls do it in this particular way. And do you think that is correct? So he said, yes, that is more or so right. Nothing wrong in it. He tried to put me at ease, thinking I'm in a heterosexual relationship. So I was horrified. I told him, it doesn't look good to me. So he said, why? And I explained to him that boys should be with boys and girls should be with girls, because otherwise it looks very unhygienic to me. I'm talking about the sexual relationship. And
no, just I wanted to ask.
He was a bit surprised.
Just wanted to ask Ashok whether this thing can be changed with education mode, or by educating the parents, or like coming out becomes easier.
Yeah.
Can it be done in that manner?
Yes. In fact, one of the saddest part about our parents association, the parents of LGBT children, is they should have started straight away as a group to educate schools, as a matter of policy. So schools will finally get it on board that they have such children. And soon these parents will become themselves excellent educators and being role models, So when you say how to bring this into the system, it should be a policy decision. There is a policy decision, for example, in Tamil Nadu, that no bullying of effeminate children, boys especially, should be permitted. No bullying of children should be permitted by in any school run that gets a grant from the Tamil Nadu Education Department. Now, this is interesting because it's a policy, and this policy will have a policy change, and this change in the attitude of the parents, the teachers, and the student population really then sort of permeates the whole population. It becomes itself an educational, the progressive idea, if you know what I mean. So I think that in the future, parents have to be educated first. And for that to happen, I think we need sex education as a primary policy change in our schools.
But as you all know that sex education is already there in our schools, but how far it goes, how far the sex education is carried on, that's an interesting part. We'll come to that later on. I would like to throw a question to Hemangi. And Hemangi, being a part of the LGBTQ community, it was considered to be sick, the person to be sick. Usko, give them treatment and they'll be okay. Okay, that was the scenario. But then the ICMR guidelines and many things came saying that it's not a mental or a physical illness. So if you would please shed some light on people, light on that, so that people can understand it better in a manner.
Yeah, so as rightly even our earlier panelist, Madam Lakshmi Lobo, suggested, that now homosexuality being as an illness or a disorder is out of ICMR guidelines, ICD, as well as DSM. So the revised DSM doesn't show anywhere homosexuality as a disorder or an illness. That's sealed and cemented. But the problem is that we still have parents getting their children to psychologists or psychiatrists is to bring in a behavior change, because they feel now it is not a disorder, but it's a personality problem with our child. And because it's a personality problem that can be corrected with certain therapies or certain medications that can help the child be different than what the child is actually feeling when they come out to the families. So yes, there is a slight shift from considering it to be ill, sick, mentally distorted, mentally even demented, some people used to call, to that now it is a behavior problem, it's a personality problem, and that can be corrected.
It's just the change of the name in a, they just change the dress, but the problem still exists. That's what you mean to say.
Yeah, to some extent, but I think even the gravity has come a little lesser. Like they do not come. Earlier, we used to have people and parents come and tell us that just change. This is not something that we approve of. This is not something that we want this child to do. But now they will say that okay, we accept the way it is. We are fine, but just see to it that the child behaves or presents oneself as per the social norms that are correct according to the parents, not according to the child.
So now it comes to the second question to you, Hemangi, is then how do you handle the parents when they come along with their children for such reasons? Because it might be difficult for handling the parents when the children are there, or now the parents say this child has to behave in such a manner, but how a parent have to behave with the child? You might be counseling them too, right? So it might be becoming a little bit difficult.
It does, and we should understand that when they come to us, they have already been to several other doctors, they have been to several other counselors, therapists, babas, ojhas, as Lakshmi madam earlier said, and then they finally land up somewhere who's trying to talk to them at the level where their child should be understood, or there needs to be a change in perspective of what they're thinking. In terms of that, as even what Ashok sir said, that education and awareness very, very important, that needs to come in. Secondly, we also have to understand as therapists, as professionals, that there is a very underlying fear which is there amongst the parents when they get aware of all these things, that will my child have some kind of other disease because of his sexual behavior, like HIV, STD, or you never know, something more that my child may contract and will hamper the child's physical health. Okay, and the entire fear, anxiety stems from that. So it is important first to make the parents aware that if a person is coming out and talking about one's sexuality, doesn't really mean that the person is not responsible for his physical health. And through that lines, if we try and talk to these people and satisfy their fears of these basic needs, like they will not contract any disease. The second most important question that comes is like, what will happen to my child when he'll be old? Will he be alone? Will have no partner? If he marries, he'll have somebody to take care, will have children to somebody to take care. But if he's single and living alone, then who's going to take care? So you have to counsel and take care of these fears, these anxieties of the parents step by step, so that they calm down and learn to accept the personality or the sexuality of the child the way it is.
So it's a little bit long process, but still it might work in the area.
It does. It does.
Coming to Pallav, regarding taboo in corporate sector, when a person is out as a gay or homosexual. So even though it's a corporate world, but still there is a taboo, or there is a name calling, or people are not comfortable in the zone, not living, even though there are, gender equality is there, but still I think there are many in corporates too, they are not very comfortable coming out. So what is yours? This is one, how it can be dealt with. And the second question is what kind of a suggestion you would give to the young teenagers who are facing this problem along with the job challenges, coming out and job challenge.
Let us go into the larger aspect of bullying, which happens in any space. Now, you can get bullied in any space, not just because of your sexuality. You can get bullied for the way you look, the way what your accent is, the way the kind of clothes you wear, and that happens even in corporate spaces. I mean, you are likely to get bullied and discriminated in the corporate spaces. Sexuality adds one more dimension to it, and sexuality and alternate sexuality being stigmatized and discriminated already, it only makes things worse within the corporate spaces. Now, having said that, maybe about 30 years ago when I was starting, out or 20 years ago when I started my career in the corporate spaces, 30 years ago I was studying to go into the corporate spaces. It was different. I mean, you wouldn't dream of coming out and saying that I am a gay man within the corporate spaces. And also culture-wise and sector-wise, the situation may be different. So in the IT space, in the services sector, within banks, in today's day and age, there is more discussion about diversity, inclusion, and accepting sexuality. But if you were to yet go into certain Indian corporates, which are very hardcore sales and marketing, very testosterone and male, coming out may not be the best thing to do. So you may need to be a little careful where you are coming out to. And also, I think in the previous session, I think Sonal brought it up, how the leadership views at diversity and inclusion becomes extremely important. Just because the HR manager is, saying diversity, inclusion, no, we want to be diverse, is not good enough. The HR manager is not management, is the CEO, or the managing committee or the board saying that that is what they are looking for? And is it only, just kind of a show that they are doing, or are they actually following it up with policies down the line? Now, so many of these factors make a sense in saying whether the corporate space that you are working in is the right space to come out and speak about yourself. Are there policies that will take care of you in case you get bullied, harassed, or discriminated? Will they be taking care of it? Or is it just an eyewash? It is just good to then sit on panel discussions and say, we are a corporate, we are diverse and inclusive, but you really do not back it up with policy. Now, all these issues make a difference. And I will not tell anybody, oh, you should come out at the workplace, unless A, they are out to themselves, they are comfortable in their own skin, they are out to their family, their close and dear ones. If you have not finished that process, I wouldn't say you should be coming out in the corporate space, because that is going to be more difficult. And you do need to have a support structure and a comfort space to fall back to if there are problems out there. So I think, though, there is no specific way of coming out, but yes, there is yet a measured way of also checking all the, methods of seeing whether this is the right place and the right time to come out. And maybe my personal situation, is it the right thing? Because you might be having a problem at home and you don't want to now start to start coming out in the office where you may need to, put your energies. Then you can't be in a situation where you're putting energies at home and you're putting energies in the corporate space as well. So I think it is a stepwise, slow approach. And I think you need to talk. You need to talk to your support system, to counselors, to mentors, and see whether that is the right process. But to end on this discussion, I think today's world is a little more inclusive than what it used to be 20 years ago. And you should use the resources which you had, which, maybe Ashok, me, even Abhina, and probably Hemangi did not have 20, 30 years ago. Today, relatively, there is much more content out there to kind of go forward.
Okay. Abhina, now I just come to you. Your question, as always, will be on NALSA judgment. So, was NALSA judgment a solution for transgenders and their work? And how effective was NALSA judgment been to your transgender community?
So, thank you, first of all, for this opportunity, and also.
Abhina, we can't
Abhina, your sound is not good enough. You may need to speak up.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yes, better.
Okay. So first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. And second of all, I just feel that, the question that you asked is now a little bit irrelevant, because the fact remains is that we have already gone and done with it when it comes to NALSA judgment. But I'll tell you why it was very important. And, your question appropriately talks about why it was important for people like me. One is that almost for more than a decade, trans women was trans women was in loggerheads with the policymakers. I mean, they were pushing the agenda big time, not only within the policy framework, but also at the mainstreaming. Because, fortunately, the kind of league that I belong to of the trans women, they were very powerful trans people, trans women, trans men, very, very powerful trans people who have been not only representing them at the Indian context of the LGBTI work, specifically trans work, but also at the international level. So there were a lot of learnings that we were deriving. And what we were seeing is that there is a big push required into this perspective. And that will only happen if we actually go through the legal process. Because once it is legal, then people will not have contemplation about whether should be giving this facility or not giving this facility. So we thought that it is very important for us to do that battle first. Fortunately, we had several legal entities at that point of time, Lloyd's Collective, Article 39, and who were constantly in touch with them and guiding us, because we are not expert. We are not expert in the legal discourse, but they were educating us. They were guiding us how to go forward with it. So that helped. But I think what helped, why this NALSA judgment was very, very important is that for the first time, it made the invisible world visible out there on the face of the people, saying that, listen, these people are there and you have to do something about them. You can't ignore it. More than India, it helped because it was a historical judgment and it was drafted so amazingly. It was helpful for other countries. So like after India, immediately Nepal worked on it and they got their judgment coming out. Pakistan, Bangladesh, various other countries started contemplating that, oh my God, which means that trans people has to be given a different identity altogether, which is necessary. In the Western world, when we talk about trans people, they were submerging into the binary worlds of men and women. They were not looking for a specific trans identity as such. We started from India. We headed that process. The other thing is that once the NALSA judgment came, it was bound for a government to act upon it. Till that time, government was dodging the question like anything, it was a bouncer ball for them all the time. Every time you ask in any UN meeting, every time you ask in any public platform, and Ashok is also part of that, Pallav and Hemanggi, all of them were part. Whenever we talked about the trans welfare, they always said, or even for the LGBTI welfare, they always said that, we don't know first to get clarity from the court who are these people and whether these people exist or not, doesn't exist at all. And when people started coming out and fighting their own battles, they had no other option than to, see through us, saying that is, listen, these people are there and they need their rights and they need their health issues that needs to be addressed. The plus point was that Ministry of Health was with us at that point of time. During the Section 377 case also, during the NALSA judgment also, NACO, National AIDS Control Organization, which was already implementing a huge program on health and HIV for a longest period of time, had some amount of evidence, and that was presented during this discussion, which was really helpful. So it was really helpful, I think, because of that NALSA judgment. No matter even if it took like 5 years, government had to come out with the Transgender Act, and various political parties who were very supportive, especially in the south, Tiruchi Siva and other people were also very helpful because they started putting, after the NALSA judgment, they immediately put the private bill inside the parliament, which was very important for them, because these are the people who are actually hurting the agenda on the political, promises. So it was helpful, of course, and trans people for the first time put things on the table, saying that, listen, now the highest court of India has acknowledged us. You can't ignore our issues anymore, and you have to come forward and you have to start talking about our rights, and you have to give us our civil rights, human rights, and also our mainstreaming, which is very, very important, because the court has already said that we are already running almost 100 years back and we have to be brought into the mainstream.
Yes,
thank you.
Absolutely. There's one question which I think Pallav or Ashok can answer. Pallav, like for instance, when we see about the LGBT community, we see that all the support system which is there are in metropolitan areas like Mumbai, Delhi or something. But the smaller cities or the rural areas, I don't think so there is much support system for them. So what can we do to make this condition available to them also? Because even like online now, we are on online, like might be because of the net connections, they might not be able to view us. So in that, and the support system of personally being there, it's not available to them. So how we can overcome this? Yes, Pallav.
You want to go first?
Yes, Ashok.
Yeah, I would like to go with some data. Years ago, there was an organization called Avert. And funnily enough, it was connected to a lot of research questions. So now the interesting part was they did a Maharashtra survey on awareness of HIV among MSM. And they found that the awareness of HIV among MSM, even in the rural sector in Maharashtra, smaller towns, class B towns as they call them, was quite high. And they were wondering why. And then I remember I was there in the group to analyze that data. And I said the only way I can conclude from this data is that the networks are functioning. There are, you may be only 2 or 3 in that village, but you network with each other and with the other, smaller towns around you. And that way awareness is high. In fact, that is what is happening now, where we have this network called InfoSem, which is all India. But we found that it's very big. Now you find regional networks coming up, like Bindu Madhav Khire has started the Maharashtra Queer Network. So, what is happening is that if you're isolated, and it has happened, there are many cases where young men in villages have been thrown out of their house, beaten up. And what do? They get help from another village and being sent to Pune or sent to, say, Bombay. So what I mean to say is the way to consolidate and help each other is through community mobilization. I'll hand it I would like Pallav to comment
so I
on these
think
observations.
based on what Ashok is talking about, that data was actually utilized, and down the line we then had a program like Pehchan. And in Pehchan, we actually went into smaller districts and villages and worked with community-based organizations, not just in the main cities, but we worked at a district level. And I was the project director for at least 5 states, so I know of those. We worked with 150 organizations in 5 states, and I think at the program level across India, we worked almost across 1,000 organizations. But what we noticed was the same thing, that because of this network issue, you had these pockets, in smaller locations, that even the government and the state aids control bodies, they themselves did not know that these communities existed. Because what Abhina was saying sometime back, or what Hemangi was saying, that people just didn't refuse to believe that these populations exist. They felt it was a very a city phenomenon. Oh, this only happens in cities. Here what Ashok is saying is data was produced to show that here there are real people who are accessing services, who are taking HIV services, and that has now woken up the local governments, district level and state level, to not now say that, oh, hamare yahan ye nahi hota hai. Now you have data and evidence linked to Aadhaar cards, to ration cards, to government documents to say there are people taking these services. And that has already started changing. Yes, the discourse, the options that are available in the cities, you don't have yet in the villages or in the rural areas. You have larger networks, larger resources out here. But I think the digital world is changing things. Now we are seeing, even on dating sites and dating applications, you are seeing people from rural areas on these dating apps. So I'm sure down the line, this situation is going to change, and it's going to make a difference.
Hemangi, I would like to know from you regarding sex education being imparted in schools nationally and internationally. This is one criteria, because that is very important. I'm talking about sex education, not only with regards to sex education, but sexuality too, which is I don't think so, because in my times we never had any sex education at school or whatever it is. But right now they have a thing. But as I asked my daughter when they were in school whether there is a sex education, someone came. It was like no one comes, but it is there. The government policy is there, but there is nothing. So what is exactly the scenario internationally and in India?
As all our panelists earlier also have said, and right now what even Ashok sir was saying about that, definitely there is sex education which is present somewhere in the curriculum. But who is taking it, what module is used over there, and how is it actually presented to the children is very important. To understand right now that all our kids at a very young age are exposed to everything thanks to internet. And they already know certain things. And when officially they are going to hear about sex education in school classrooms, it definitely needs to be like well put in front of them that this is for you to know and be aware of. And this is not something that you're going to go and experiment in the other way. Ask relevant questions, discuss it. It will be great if sex education classes will also have either one of the parent or both the parents present with the child at the school to understand what the child is knowing, what kind of information the child is getting, and how are they going to help the child rehearse and understand that information. What happens is children learn about sex education in school, and they come home and they try to talk about it. The parents are like, excuse me, it's a taboo word. We are not going to talk. We don't want to discuss this. This is not something, this is not our culture. This is not our values. And then the child gets confused. I mean, my teacher says that I should know this. And when I come home, my family says this is something which I'm not supposed to do. So it's important that we have to strike that balance right in time to not confuse the children and go haywire. Whether what are they understanding and no. Secondly, also, it's very important to see who is taking these classes and how comfortable are they themselves talking about sex, sexuality, and gender. Because sexuality and gender can at sometimes be very objective. People will talk about it the way they feel and their perception, and not what exactly authentically it is in place. And even like as what Balaji was also talking earlier during the panel, he said it's according to me, it's my identity, my sexuality, my perception. So I am going to look at it the way I feel. And one has to understand there is no fixed brick that you can say that, oh, this is yours, and just go ahead with it. There has to be some liberty given to the person to understand and decide what they want to talk about, what they want to identify about themselves, and then step into the real world of acceptance and stuff like what Pallav said. So as I said, madam, it depends on where, how, and who is giving this information.
But surely it has to.
It is there. It is coming. It has started. It is there in several schools. There are counselors who are deployed in schools who can actually come and ask these questions. Children can come and ask that, what do we do when we have these problems? Or we have heard about, see, earlier where we used to talk about bad touch, good touch.
Yes.
Okay, in school. So and particularly that was only for girls. Now it is also for boys. There is nothing like good touch, bad touch. It's about like, do you feel safe? Do you like it? You don't like it? So we are trying to change. The society overall is evolving. So we'll wait for better things to happen.
Society, but then it has to come from the legal point of view also, that there has to be some compulsion in the schools to have it, because just having it in the curriculum and like showing it, yes, we are having sessions about it, that is a little bit different. So
yeah, and most of these sessions will only show you the anatomy. They'll show you one picture which is like, oh, this is a boy, this is a girl looks like this, a boy looks like this is a boy's body, this is a girl's body, and period. After that, there is nothing more that is spoken in these classes. So then the kids do have questions, and I think there should be somebody placed in the schools to answer these questions, because they are going to go home and research. We have Google Baba. All of us do that. We go home and we Google the words.
But then the Google might lead them to something which is unnecessary.
Yeah, so that is what I'm saying, that it's very important to have counselors who are themselves well aware of what they are talking to the children.
Because I have seen in schools, instead of some schools really have counselors, but in some schools there is a small nurse, who's sitting in a room just to take care of other illnesses, like headache or something like that. But let's see. Okay, yeah. Let's move on to the next question. Abhina, I just want to know, like, after the reading down of Section 377 and NALSA judgment, how far like transgender and LGBT, both the communities, I will take it together, how far they have come into the mainstream? Like for instance, we have seen there is one judge in Calcutta who is a transgender. There is one constable in Maharashtra who is a TG. There are, we have seen in some places there are one persons who are going ahead, but mainstreaming has to be in a little bit larger way. So how these judgments are going to help these people to be in a mainstream?
So thank you for that question. I think I can talk about specifically on transgenders and touch base upon the other communities. I think Pallav and Ashok and Himangi can talk about the rest of the communities more powerfully. What I was thinking is that for the transgender people, I'll tell you, when we talk about these two judgments, Section 377 and NALSA judgment, they are interlinked, but they did not happen at the same time. It took some amount of time to happen in between. So, what I saw is that immediately after NALSA judgment, there was a split between MSM and transgenders. I mean, the split between the LGBTI movement. What I saw is that, trans people, some of the trans leaders, so-called very prominent trans leaders, first of all, they did not understand the judgment appropriately. And they started saying that, listen, we are legal now, you go to hell. We don't care about you because our issues are not with the sexuality, our issues are with the gender expression. So rest of you are struggling with the sexuality. So you go and you do your own battle. We don't have to be worried about it. It took some amount of time for us as a trans people also to gather the movement together and say, listen, that we stand together. Together we stand and apart we fall down together. So don't think that just because we have got the NALSA judgment, that means that we've got everything. Now you can go home and sit and sleep happy. No, there's a lot of struggle. And you can't have a segregated movement. You have to have a very synchronized and movement together to give a big push. So that took some amount of time. Then we fought on Section 377 and we got that. Now we're still struggling with the civil rights. None of us have a civil rights as an LGBTI people. As you can say, we are legal entity. Being a gay person or a lesbian person, we still don't have an acknowledgement for our same-sex marriages. We don't have acknowledgements for our inheritance of property. Now, what has happened that when we talk about social impact, we have, I say that it's a golden triangle of, impact imposition on the LGBTI rights, where I say the impact that happening at the three different levels. One is at the political level or the policy level. The other one is happening at the societal level, and the third one is happening itself at the community level. So what happened? That third angle pushed a big time in front. And we as a trans people, I will talk about trans people. We said that, see, we will not going to wait for the time when the government says that here are your rights. Be happy about it. We will open the door. We will open the door with pushing out with that agenda, and every trans people has started, pushing that door further. As a result of that, you saw a trans person becoming a principal of, a women's college. The transgender people who were fighting on the political battles, they were becoming mayors, and they were part of the. There were trans people who formed, LGBTI cell within the political parties. We were pushing the political agendas and asking them to put that as a memorandum of agenda. It was very interesting because last 2 years, trans people are also earning a Padma Shri awards. Last year, Nartaki Nataraj received that in 2019, I guess, and 2020, Majamma received it for their contribution. And both of these awards are not given for them being a trans person. That award was given them for having a very substantial work in the mainstream society, in the art and culture, which was a very important to notice. So what we decided that is, listen, we will not push our gender agenda forward, but at the same time, we will put our talents at the forefront. We will put our intelligence at the forefront, and we will put our achievements at the forefront. And listen, we will say that we are everything, but we happen to be trans as well. I'm a doctor, but I happen to be trans as well. I'm a lawyer, but I happen to be trans as well. I'm a principal, but I happen to be trans as well. And that changed the perspective to create a momentum within the political society. The second thing started happening was the societal level, where the society, there were so many ads which were happening. Like, the Gauri Sawant ad which happened about Vicks, where one important issue that came out was actually a trans person taking care of a child and raising the child to become a responsible citizen. This is not happening. Gauri Sawant was not the first one to do it. There are so many trans people have done this in their life. I have done it myself, So what I'm trying to say to you that the fact remains is that issue started highlighting in a society and saying that is that trans people are also part of a very productive contribution to the society, to the GDP, to the societal values, to the culture, to the contribution towards uplifting downtrodden. You see COVID situations right now. We've been struggling with the COVID situation for last 2 years, but you will see lots of instances where the transgender people, along with the police, were actually standing on the signals for putting people back into their houses. There are so many instances that came. The people who were begging forever in their life, and they were criticized big time that, you know, these are the beggars. You see them on the signal always begging. They are the same people who are taking out their saved money and feeding the people around their areas, trans people. So, you know, that societal change was also happening at the same time. And the third level, what we are right now working around is a political scenario. So as a result of that, you see right now there are political parties like NCPI who form the LGBTI cell at this point of time, which is headed by a trans person. There are trans people who became there were reservations for the trans people, and trans women were fighting the political battles during the parliamentary election. So a lot of these changes are interconnected, I would say. But what I'm saying is that what was important is that it gave an aspirational values to the transgender people. It gave a sense of pride for them. I think for all the LGBTI people saying that, listen, we are LGBTI and we are not at the mercy of your acceptance. You know, we will live with the society the way we want to live it, and we will claim our right. We will claim our pride. You are not anyone to give us our rights. We are the one who can claim it ourselves, and we are going to be there to take forward with that. So that change that happened, you know, my eyes are watery because I think we have lived that entire fight. So, you know, we can understand how important it was for us, all of us, to be. But still, I just want to have a disclaimer over here. Our movement is still not congregated. Within the trans people also, the movement is big time bifurcated. Within LGBTI people, the movement, we are still fighting with each other big time. We are still not been able to understand our bigger enemies, and we are still not on our common minimum agenda. We still miss out the point that we are all connected with the smaller thread that says LGBTI. And, you know, together we stand, and, you know, we don't have an existence as an individual per se in the larger society, because our population density is very much less compared to any other population. But we are definitely greater than any other minorities, and that has to be accounted in the country like India. Thank you.
Pallav, I come to you right now. What kind of changes, you know, in the mentality of the society is required towards the inclusion and diversity of the LGBTQI community?
I think, you know, I couldn't help but echo with what Abhina was saying, is that, you know, when you kind of identify your sexuality, you end up just kind of then becoming the gay person or the transgender person, but you are not just that, right? That is a part of who you are. We are a part of the economy, and we do contribute to the well-being of the location, the locality, the society, the city, the country, or the industry that we are in, right? And unfortunately, there is, while I do make those contributions, and the Constitution needs to give me, you know, the sense of equality in this democracy, and, you know, and a sense of equal citizenship. Currently, we don't have that. So, and that is the only thing which we are arguing, you know, about. I think what happens is, because people do not understand the whole aspects of what all you're talking, the basic understanding of sexual orientation is not understood, and that's why the sex education in school becomes so important. And if people were to understand that sexual orientation for somebody is as natural as it can be, your left-handedness or your right-handedness or the blue you know, color of your eyes, then people will probably understand that I don't choose to be gay or, you know, lesbian, or you know, that when I transition to being a trans woman, I am, this is something that is important for me. It is not something unnatural, abnormal, you know. Once these conversations happen, people will understand and the mentality will change. But it will happen when we will have honest conversations, when we will be, and that is the reason we are sitting on these panels. We sit on mainstream, we go on television, and we give our faces to those people. You know, in the 90s or before, in the 90s, it used to be like the gay people or the homosexuals, those people. But who are those people? And that is the reason why we, we laud Ashok for whatever it is, because Ashok was the first person for me when I was 18 years old who was coming out. Ashok gave a face to somebody who was the gay man in India. Otherwise, they were these nondescript people. Ashok was a journalist of repute. Ashok had, had good innings. So it was immediately a person who did have, or was contributing to society. And I think over a period of time that has grown, just like what Abhina just said. And I think that becomes important unless we do that. And why do we do diversity and inclusion? Why are we speaking about in the corporate workplace? The idea is to mainstream and to say that we are everywhere. We are not hiding behind somewhere. We don't want to be sneaky. We don't want to be cryptic. We want to be our authentic selves. We want to kind of live our lives openly without hurting anybody and without anyone hurting us. And that becomes extremely essential. Problem that happens when you have to hide your sexuality is you harm other people. You end up being a gay man who gets married to women, and the woman is an unsuspecting partner in that marriage. Or you are not able to tell your parents, and your parents get hurt in the process. Those things end up becoming more of social evils rather than the sexuality itself, which is not the social evil. It is a naturally present part of our society.
Hemangi, I come back to you. The question to you is like, with regards to homosexuality and mental health. And not only that, I am adding the question is, are there changes in WHO guidelines with regards to homosexuality and mental health? Do psychiatrists and psychologists also need information on sexuality and gender issues? Because whether all the psychologists, psychiatrists follow this, whether they also require information, and what are the guidelines of the WHO with regards to that?
There is, as I said, the books that we study, like the DSM, in itself has homosexuality out of it. So there is no question that any new psychologist or psychiatrist who are like currently being in the process of being one doctor or a therapist will learn something wrong. But it also depends on what is that individual's perspective and individual's view towards it. So it's like whatever you study, it really doesn't matter. You see today nowadays, even with COVID vaccination, the government is telling us go get vaccinated, go get vaccinated. But some people will have their own view. नहीं, vaccination लेके मर गए तो vaccination लेके भी COVID होता है तो क्यों ले? So similarly, everybody.
Can Soma mute herself because we can hear her
Yes,
talk?
I've just moved.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, go on, ma'am.
Yeah, so hence there is no book now which is going to tell you or teach you that homosexuality is a disorder or is a problem, is a mental health concern. But yes, people will have their individual views or will like to use certain therapies or certain medications to see what effect it has if they want to change. Secondly, if the therapist or the doctor himself or herself believes that this client who's come to me needs to change or is not understanding that being homosexual is as natural as Pallav said, being left-handed or right-handed, will try to please the parents or whoever has got the client to you, saying that, I can try and make this change. This is an experimental view that I can have and, bring in this change in the person. But they forget that in the process, they may completely change the person. They can completely change the personality of the person. So which is never ever recommended. That go through that lane and you drug the person or you do certain behavioral therapies with the person to see that you're going to change the mannerisms or the innate behavior of a person to recognize or identify oneself as a homosexual or maybe anything else under the umbrella of the sexual minorities. There is very, very less information about LGBTQIA amongst the therapist and the doctors as well. Even if you use the word as LGBTQ, they will say, okay, ये क्या होता है? पता नहीं है. Q है, पता है, but queer का मतलब क्या होता है? How is Q different from T? Why is T different from A? Why is A different from L? सब एक ही होता है. So they do not know that difference. They all will consider it to be like same with the same lens. They'll use one glass to see what the entire this different spectrum is. And hence there is a requirement of a lot of awareness, lot of sessions to be conducted with the therapist also, because see, they have those tools in their hands to bring in the change, and I hope they use it in the right way to bring in the change, and not to like turn the tables on the clients who come to them with the concerns. And with regard to WHO, so far I don't know, even I don't know of any guidelines that are there which talks about homosexuality is whether because if it is there in ICD as well as in DSM, I think it's more or less approved by WHO also, but no specific guidelines that I know of right now.
Ashok, I come to you. Ashok, you are there?
Yeah, of course I'm here.
Yeah. Like Hemangi said, there might be many people who might come to your counselor and saying that, you can change the behavior of the person or the personality of the person, whatever it is. And there are persons who might say, no, this is against my ethics. This is against my, I can't do that. But there are, like Hemangi said, there are few of them who will say yes and go ahead. So to such psychologists, psychiatrists, etc., what do you as a person, as Ashok Rao Kavi feel that he should be done? Like there should be a law which keeps a, track of these people and say what you're doing is wrong. It's a medical, it goes against medical ethics.
Firstly, two things I have to stress here. There is already a Madras High Court judgment saying conversion, conversion therapy is wrong and doctors should not do it.
Just few days back. Yes.
Exactly, that's one. Secondly, the Indian Psychiatric Society, the Indian Psychology Society have already put out statements that this is an orientation, it's just like being left-handed, and therefore any effort at trying to change it, saying that it is a deviant behavior, that it can be changed, makes no sense whatsoever. Okay, so these are two things. Now the third stream, Usha, is very, very, very strong, and there's this undercurrent in society. It is market driven. What happens is that parents come to a psychiatrist saying that my son says that he's like this, that he cannot have sex with women, and you have to change him within 3 months. And otherwise, it's impossible. How do we get him married? And you'll be surprised that there's a huge practice in this conversion ceremony. It's also as a conversion therapy. It's it makes money. It's market driven. They're psychologists and psychiatrists, and they're quacks as far as we are concerned. In my eyes, they're criminals. But in the eyes of the society, they are big saviors. They listen to them and they're willing to go through behavioral therapy. The boys try their level best to do it. Many get fed up of, things like aversion therapy and all. And finally, what happens is that the boy is so fed up, he says, okay, I'm cured. And they get him married off. And of course, you know what happens. The marriage is a disaster. But please remember that the sensible ways out are the first two, but they are still in a minority, believe you me. The big market-driven force that is going on is conversion therapy. It still exists, is there. If you go, one of my journalist little friends, Sebastian, he was in India today, and he did a fantastic video documentary on this whole business of aversion therapy. It's a huge practice in Delhi, to change your orientation and become a heterosexual again. And this is what you can do. These pills, there are others who take you to Babas and or religious people who will do mantra, tantra to change you into a heterosexual. So that stream is something that we have to tackle and engage with as activists. As activists, people who are change makers, we have to tackle them. The last thing I want to emphasize, and this is to Abhina. Abhina, I don't know whether you know, but the first case under Section 377 was against a hijra you know, in Bombay High Court, in Kokila. Yeah,
Bangalore.
yeah. No, 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 no.
Yeah.
It was in Bombay Presidency.
No,
It
she
was
belonged to Bangalore. She came here. She was doing. She was working here.
right, whatever. But Section 377 and transgender were first intimately connected. Even today, there is some wrong fallacy that transgender is very good at anal sex or some rubbish like that. So please understand that transgender struggles and our struggles are intimately linked. All transgender is culturally understood. It is culturally valorized. People, when they see Lakshmi in for example, villages, they fall at her feet and touch her feet, and nobody does that to me. Even though I'm older to Lakshmi. And the point is that we are supposed to be something new from the West. They're getting used to the fact that we have always been there, but they have still not accepted us completely. They have completely accepted transgender, let me tell you. So there's no effort to change transgender into straight people again. But there is a huge effort to change homosexuals into heterosexuals. I'll close with that remark, and it's actually very sad.
Yeah. Okay.
Madam, just to add a little bit to what Ashok sir just now spoke, and even you asked that, is there any law, or do you think there should be a law that can be enforced on such practitioners who encourage changing somebody under the pretext of giving therapy or medicines? It's even if there is a law, it's slightly difficult to enforce it at the right time, because most of our laws will still have loopholes. So what if I am actually doing some therapy with a person, keeping in mind that I'm going to change this person from a homosexual to heterosexual? I do all those kinds of atrocities to that person mentally. Okay. And finally, if I'm really booked, or if I'm charged for doing that as a wrong practice, I may just get away saying, sorry, but I was treating anxiety. I was treating behavioral problems, which are a part of this person's sexuality, and I wasn't touching the sexuality. And how would you prove that? Or even if the person is given drugs or is given medicines which are to like bring in certain change, chemical change or pathological changes in the person, can be easily disguised and said that these medications were for depression, these medications were for anxiety. And it'll be very, very difficult for us to really go and prove that this was done to change the sexual orientation. It's not very overtly spoken about.
Unless until that person himself comes and gives evidence that this was for that.
Yes.
And which,
yes.
which if his parents have told him to do it, that person will not come and say it, like, because then the parents might become a better to that crime.
Yeah, because what happens is that
Absolutely.
till the time the person comes to us for like therapy or any kind of help, they have already gone through a lot of trauma. There are so many people who have gone through corrective rapes, where their parents tell them, how can you not have sexual relationship with the opposite sex? And then there are elders from within the family, be it male or a female, who enforce sexual relationships in front of their parents.
Absolutely.
And that's extremely traumatizing. So you lead half of your time actually dealing with the initial trauma, and then something that they are calling as a problem. It takes time.
Yeah. Pallav, I just come to you. Just want to know, with regards to mental health needs, for the young generation, when they are belonging to LGBT group, there is a mental health needs. So how can this balance? It can be balanced. I mean to say that mental health balance. How can they keep it like, what do you suggest to this young generation come up with, like, to maintain that balance between all these things?
I feel, I think we all begin in the same space. I mean, if we trace our personal journeys, we all sought out the community, and we sought out community support. That was our first line of peer counseling which happened. When I had seen Ashok and coming out with Bombay Dost and speaking about his sexuality in the 90s, I finally knew that I became aware that there was this subculture in Mumbai which was hidden for queer people, and I sought out where I can meet gay men. And I didn't need to meet gay men or the queer community to have sex. That was not my need. My need was to belong somewhere and to kind of make friends. And I think that becomes your earlier initial need as to, and I asked all those sort of questions. How do you deal with, telling your parents? How do you deal with the bullying that happens, And I think those are life skills which the community sort of starts, teaching you. And I think that is extremely essential for mental health. And I think over a period of time, that becomes your support system. It also becomes your, your go-to place when you are, but mind you, it also comes with a caution. These also become ghettos, and then ghettos can also become toxic. So sometimes what you need to know is, once you establish your, probably your mental health within the space, you cannot only depend on the queer community. A healthy way would be to continue having your friends, your straight friends, your family, your colleagues, and maintain that equal this, because you need to have that connect as well to keep you grounded. And I think that ends up becoming extremely essential. I would not recommend somebody they totally have only queer friends. You should have gay friends who are your support structure, but you should continue with your school friends, your college friends, your colleagues. And I think that balance is the way you look at this world, and that balance is the way you relate to life, because that becomes extremely important from a mental health perspective, because these are the same individuals who will tell you, whether you need help, and will refer you to probably a psychosocial counselor or a psychologist if they feel that you need that kind of help. And I rely, for example, a lot on my own family, my gay friends, my straight friends, to kind of bounce off ideas and see whether this is the right way that I'm going, and that's extremely essential.
Abhina, I come to you right now. Abhina, with regards to the rights of a transgender, NALSA, etc., etc. As a lawyer, when I had gone to many of the organizations for training purpose, you won't believe what they have heard about the judgment and what the rights they have got about it was completely wrong. They said that ab to hum shadi kar sakte hai. So how do you reach out to these people? Because yes, even in Bombay, everywhere, the educated lot knows about it. Like people like you know about it because you are educated, you know about it. But the many transgender who are not educated, who are still there, they are into begging, the mangta and badai and all those things. They are not aware of many things, which the rights which they have got through the legal system. So how do you like to penetrate these people, like, to tell them what they have got?
Thank you. I'll just supplement what Ashok has been saying, and then I will continue that. I think what Ashok said is quite correct, is that many times people prefer to have more larger acceptance in a society for transgender people. Like, for example, a person would touch a transgender's feet compared to Ashok's feet, but the same person won't allow transgender person to come for a dinner date. So there's a very dichotomy about that part, is that people fear of us because there's a mystery involved into us. There is a religion aspect that comes along with that aspect, because transgender people right from the ages were called as part of the Indian society cohort. In ancient India also, trans people were very much celebrated and they were part of the larger society. So yes, of course, there is a sense of acceptance in the society when it comes to transgender people, because people would like to see people into binary genders rather than actually having a very ambiguous gender. But many times, because of not being able to fit into the characteristics of a binary gender, we are not been included in a society. It's been almost 17 years I have not been part of any of my family functions. When I went for Ashok's home for the first time, Ashok's mates asked me that, aapka shadi ho gaya kya? So there's a lot of myths and misconceptions that does have about the transgender people that people still carry about it. So I'm happy that Ashok has been accepted and his touch have not been feed, because there are many times Ashok can walk into those spaces without being discriminated, where I can't. I may have a money, but I will not be able to walk into the spaces that normalizes people who fit into the binaries of the world. The second thing that I'm talking about, you absolutely, there is a lot of myths and misconception among transgender people pertaining to the law and policy. A is that they don't understand these perspectives. They don't want to dissect it. because they feel that is so, you know, as a part of a badai system, lot of Hijra people actually use that when they were going for a badai, and they were saying that is abhi to hum legal ho gaye, abhi humko paisa do. There were so many trans people who were saying that is dekha maine na kaha tha, I got married, now I can get certificate. So a lot of them actually applied for a marriage certificate. A lot of them approached you also, I know about that part. And we tried to do that battle, and it didn't work out because that was not fitting into the classical Indian Hindu Marriage Act, and we were struggling with that. A lot of the so when this entire thing was happening, Usha, I also came across the bunch of, I mean, not bunch of, a huge, a humongous amount of Hijra population who actually approached the Ministry for Social Welfare Justice, and they gave a written thing saying that is, we don't want government to do anything about us. We are happy the way we are. We don't want our act. We don't want this NALSA judgment. We don't want you want to do anything with us. And all these other trans people who are fighting for it, they are fighting for it because they have a full-time jobs. They are educated, and they don't understand our perspective. When I became part of the Hijra culture like 20 years back, you know, prominent gurus of mine actually said that, you know, you are doing a 9-to-5 job. Tomorrow, don't think that if they kick you out, you will come back to the Hijra culture and beg on the street, because we will not be able to accept you the way you know, you've been accepted in the society. So what I'm trying to say to you is that how we can do is that one, you know, we still don't have enough amount of resources for transgender program on advocacy, on movement building, on increasing the awareness on the policy and legal rights of the transgender people. A lot of people are misunderstood and misguided about their own civil rights, human rights, and other related aspects, and that requires creating a political advocate among the transgender people. You know, we need to have more trans people who are politically literate in true sense, not in just sense of like reading some 2-3 lines and becoming an advocate. We have to have some sort of a program for people who are already learn the legal discourse. There are transgender lawyers like Vidhan, what girl's name, Satyashri, who belong to Mumbai. So nothing is happening in that regard. You know, they should be more more short-term courses. There should be more capacity building initiatives that will help to create more legal peer advocates among the transgender people who can educate others. Because transgender people, Hijra community is not going to listen to you, Usha. They will listen to me as a part of transgender person. If I speak the law language, probably it will sink into them more perspective. The other thing is about that, at least in the Hijra culture where I belong to, you know, a lot of the highest authorities of the Hijras, we call it as Nayak and Gurus, they are not the literate people. They are not, they don't understand, and their perspectives comes from the thing that, oh, nothing should hamper our religious culture. Nothing should hamper our dharohar of Hijras. So if you are doing anything that is going to hamper the Badai system, if you are going to hamper anything that is going to put the trans Hijra community in the bad light of the society, we don't want that. You know, and they are completely resistant about that. It has been ages that it took almost 2 decades for us to sensitize them as well. And now during the COVID time, in fact, the biggest Hijra Nayaks of the Chali of Hijras actually established the first ever trust to support transgender people. It was a huge welcome step for somebody like me, because, you know, I have gone through that battle in a larger society also, and within my transgender community also. That we, similar like LGBTI people, transgender people also doesn't come in black and white. There are so many identities: Jokta, Jogappa, Mangalmukhi, Sivasakti, Maitsya, Lalma, various identities. Everywhere you go into the India, and there are different identities of transgenders. We are not the same. So our complexities and our natures and acceptance and understanding on the legal discourse cannot be the same. We need to have more engagement, and we need to have more resources, and we also need to have more community engagement in this regard.
Now I just asked these questions, and I think Pallav, Hemangi, Ashok, and Abhina, everyone can answer it, a bit of it. Like we talk about stigma onion, like, you know, you open one and it goes on, you can open many things. So with regards to that, how it's associated with self-esteem and mental health?
Said, I think I want to answer that first.
Yes.
You see, I have just done a very big interview with a magazine where I have called the whole stigma onion, the inner core is called self-exile. It may be empty space, but the amount of hatred for yourself, the amount of revulsion that we have for ourselves because of societal the issues around homosexuality, those are the worst to fight. They are the most difficult to conquer. The other ones, like talking to parents, talking to friends, trying to come out to in your friend space, in your workplace, they are so much more easier than what is called self-exile. I call it, the name I gave it is self-exile. You have become like vanaprastha within yourself. You are so scared of being homosexual, you don't want to talk about it and you don't want to accept it. When you look in the mirror, you say, I don't like this person. And half the people I know are suffering from that. The older generation, I know, for example, a very famous music director who died recently. He was a very close friend of mine. We were very, very close. Every time I said, please come out, do no, I don't want to do any such interview. I don't want to come out. It's too much. Why? I don't know, you're talking about this homosexuality. It was better if it is left alone and we were left to ourselves. The same thing like this one Abina says about the Hijra gurus. You know, the generation before us did not like what they saw about themselves. And that you have to get over, that you are just another normal person who is left-handed, who's gay, who's got blue eyes, as Polly says. I hope I'm happy with green eyes. But the point is that let me put it right on the table. The real fight is within yourself. If you accept yourself, you have accept 80% of the battle is won. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Pallav.
Ashok, you have green eyes. I never knew about it.
I want green eyes, I said.
Okay.
Let's give it to Ashok. He's been honest. He actually said he is elder to Lakshmi.
Can I withdraw that remark? Please cancel it from the recording.
But I think the Stigma Onion has been it's a good kind of a model, and I have seen that function that you, as I said before, it's not that being gay it's a part of who you are. You yet do have other issues which can come within the spaces, and we have seen within the LGBT spaces you could be gay, but then again you have other complexes related to probably your ethnicity or the color of your skin, and or probably the language you speak, and those all sort of add up and they have a multiplier effect in the way you you kind of they sometimes they do need to be addressed, and they kind of and I think counseling is a good way to address them. I think the primary way of addressing the Stigma Onion is, at least from a gender sexuality space, is to say that, and to say it in a very clear way, is that your sexuality, be it gay, lesbian, queer, transgender, etc., does not affect your ability. It does not make you any less competitive, talented, or anything. And you have enough individuals within the queer community to prove that, right? You have people who are, and that's why the exposure is necessary to the larger community. You have engineers, you have doctors, you have lawyers, you have people in the film industry, you have makeup artists, you have dancers. Everybody, I mean, it has not affected their ability. What affects their ability is the social disability, which is heaped on by stigma discrimination, which is what we are addressing through counseling and through probably the right instruction as to how you feel about yourself. So what Ashok just mentioned is, what you feel about yourself becomes extremely essential for you to be able to project your ambition, to be able to do what you wish to do in life. And I think our effort, whether it's mine or whether it's Abhina's, is to actually make younger community members aware that nothing should be able to stop them. You can achieve what you wish to do. You want to become a NASA scientist, you can become a NASA scientist if that's what you want. Just because you're gay, transgender, lesbian, that's not going to stop you. But to make that communication and to make people understand that in itself is an effort, and that's what we are fighting.
Yes, Hemangi.
I think Ashok sir and Pallav have covered maximum of what I would want to say. And luckily on this panel, I have Abhina, Pallav and Ashok, who all have been almost like my mentors and seniors in most of the projects that I've worked. And they've taught me, they've guided me in many ways. And see, today when I look at them or when I talk about Ashok sir or Abhina or Pallav.
Thanks for phoning out.
Is Ashok sir telling something to us?
Yes,
Ashok is on the phone.
Just on other line. Yeah, just on other line.
Okay.
So it really doesn't matter what the sexuality of the person is. It's the caliber, it's the quality of the person that matters. So even when we have youngsters coming to us and talking that we want to come out and we want to, we want to tell people that we are gay or we belong to to the sexual minorities, we say it's fine, but also understand it's just a part of you. It is not the whole of you. You have to see that there are other elements that will make you whole. So you cannot just, sideline all that. You should not look at that, should not look at your career, your qualities, your talent, your being as a human being, and then only focus about one thing, that is sexuality. Absolutely. And unfortunately, this was, I think, I don't know if this has changed, Ashok sir or Pallav would throw better light on this, but whenever in the mainstream society, if you talk about sexual minorities, people start thinking, acha, so these people think about sex 24/7. There's nothing more that they think about, which needs to change. That's not all that is there on the mind. There are different things that we have to think about. So until unless you don't come out as individuals that are successful in whatever you are doing, maybe a small business or a career or in your education, this is not going to change. If you fail somewhere or the other in your life, your parents are going to say, "Acha, to bola na, gay hai, bola karke ab ye padhai nahi kar rahe." So don't allow your sexuality to be the whole of it. It is part of you. It is important, yes. But that should not cover everything else in your life. That should stay as an identity, individuality within you to support other things that you want to do in your life.
Absolutely. Yes, Abhina, you want to add?
Yeah, I envy Ashok the way he has this vision about everything. I've been working with him for almost like more than 2 decades now. But at the early age when, and I'm not saying that because he's in front of me, but I feel that this man has a amazing. I hope he doesn't mind me saying man. So he has a lot of vision that he carries, and there are certain things that he has come out which nobody has ever thought about it. I've been working for in human rights sector for some amount of time. I've never met a person who has been so visionary and so disconnected in so many ways. One is that he came up with one thing called as MSM Circle when at the early 90s. That Pallav also knows about, Hemangi also knows about it, and that construct is the visual diagram of how these different communities who are vulnerable to HIV interconnect with each other. So how does there is a bridge between transgenders and MSM and some effeminate transgenders, effeminate MSM who are part of the periphery of the both things. And that kind of visioning, I don't think so anybody can do it. It happened in front of me. We were there on the computer and we were designing it. So I can understand, what amazing work that has been for the longest period of time. People were sticking to understanding the sexuality from that angle. The second thing he came up with the Stigmanian, which is very, very true. You peel one layer and there are several layers that are there. A is that, first of all, the other thing that he talked about, it is a self-hatred. And I think the moment you came out of that, I think that your coming out becomes more easier and comfortable. And your self-hatred can come to various occasions and various multiple times to your life, depend on what issues that you're going through mentally during various stages of life. So I may have a self-hatred for not being successful as many other my trans sisters or trans brothers. I may have a self-hatred for not having a lover in my life the way other people are having. So that self-hatred can happen in various ways, and it may not be only pertaining to my gender affiliation as a trans person. So one has to understand that, because even after I'm coming out that process, that listen, I love myself, I'm a human being, I'm a trans person, still I may have a self-hatred for various other occasions, that I'm not as beautiful trans person as somebody else. So that can happen. The other thing is that I think on the LGBT ground, we are still working at the very initial premises. I don't think so we have penetrated down further on a distinct level. I have dealt with so many cases of LGBTI people, especially trans people who are specially able. And right now dealing one case in Delhi, and a lot of these trans people were not specially able from their birth. A lot of them had a very disheartening story. Some of them were begging in the trains, and they were thrown out of the running train by the passengers, bunch of passengers, because that person was asking for money. Some of them were in the night doing sex work, and a car just came and ran down on them, and there was no police complaint registered on them. There's no work happening into that. I still remember when I used to work in Humsafar Trust, there was a trans person who used to come there every day for a regular Friday workshop. I don't remember the name of that person, but she was specially able. She was on the wheelchair, and she had some problem in her voice articulation, and she was identifying as a trans person. And it was difficult for her because she had this lot of liking for people, but the community was disowning her for not being able to walk on the two feet. There was a discrimination within the community for that person as well. Within the LGBT spectrum, as I lived in 1990s and 20s, I was not been invited in lot of parties. I was not been part of lot of gay parties. Because there was disclaimer saying that is, if you are cross-dressing or if you are identifying yourself as a trans, please don't come on this part. So there was a lot of discrimination that we also faced as a trans person within the LGBTI spectrum, because trans people come from maybe socioeconomically background class, or a lot of people presume within the LGBTI spectrum that they are not as intelligent as these other people could be. And that has been a bigger challenge for LGBTI people. So stigma onion is still real, but how much do you get impacted by still this stigma onion? It depends on you. How strong you are with what you think about yourself and what you think about community, and how you want to position yourself within this entire stigma onion spectrum is very, very important. The best important part, I think Hemangi knows about it. It is very important for us to acknowledge that if we have a mental health issue, and do something about it, rather than being ignorant about this fact that, listen, I'm perfectly fine and I don't have issue. Today, I've been working for sector some amount of time. I'm in my late 40s, and still I can have mental health issues. I can have depressions for various other regions that I can have, but I have to seek help. And many times I don't have friendly people, or friendly psychiatrists, or friendly people that I can trust to go to, because I have a lot to lose. As a trans person, as an activist, I'm extremely worried that, if I tell them something which is very special to me or very confidential to me, if that comes out in a community, how that will be taken up. And I have seen lot of Koti people, lot of transgender people have died silently. At least 2 examples I know. They were living with HIV. They were having problems. They knew that they were living with HIV. They did not came out to the society. They did not came out to their sisters and brothers from the LGBTI community that they are living with HIV, but they were dying silently because they were afraid of the stigma that if I come out, I am running an organization. If I come out as an MSN or a trans person living with HIV, what will people think about me? कि ये तो HIV का education के लिए इतना बड़ा संस्था चलाता है और खुद HIV किसको कैसे हो गया करके. And a lot of them have not come out, and they've died silently in that perspective, and that has been really traumatizing. So my thing is that, of course, stigma onion is there, but I think is that we need to have the mechanisms, we need to have the avenues to deal with it internally and externally with the support system that Pallavi is talking about. Not only from the perspective of LGBTI people, but beyond LGBTI people, what is your support system? today at least I have a lot of state people that I can just call up and say that, hey, listen, I have a problem, let's talk about it. And I think that is my achievement. I think what have you earned into your life is not amount of money, but the amount of people that you can really trust upon. And that really matters, I feel, at this point.
Thanks a lot, Abhina. And yeah, Usha ma'am, like we have 2 questions in the chat box also, which we'll address. And then we have a storytelling session, which is followed by this. So I'll just have a question. And yeah, so the question is like, I guess Ashok sir can answer this for all of us. There are stories in Hindu mythology about being in same-sex relation. Yet many people today don't accept their close ones because they identify themselves as a part of LGBTQ plus community. Why it is as and so much a stigma? Is he around?
Yes, Ashok?
Yeah. Amma? I'll just call him.
He's on mute. You'll have to unmute yourself. Okay, so the, when he joins, we'll
yeah.
ask him the next question. Okay, yeah.
No, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, sorry. I was talking
the
to
question. Yeah, just repeat the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll repeat the question. So there are Hindu stories, mythology about being in same-sex relation, yet
and I didn't get that. You
as a
got cut
part
off.
of the LGBTQ community. Why is it as so, and why so much a stigma?
You see, a lot of our stigma is, I hate to say this, is because of the invading elements into our culture over 800 to 900 years, which wiped out our histories. A lot of people don't want to talk about it. But the point is, there's a paper by Professor Muralidharan on how, for example, Sabarimala is a queer space, and how it is wrong of the Supreme Court to try to impose secular ethics on it, which is basically homophobic. Okay. So the point is that we have passed through a very traumatic phase in our history, where a lot of our cultural traditions have been destroyed. Like, for example, I don't know whether you know it, but in the Konkan, they follow a tradition which I was horrified is only known among the Jews, that the mother is, the religion, the tradition, and even the naming has to come through the mother, not through the father, which means that matrilineal systems, matriarchal systems were very strong in India before they were wiped out. So if the answer to your question is, a lot of the stigma, discrimination, homophobia, transphobia is not essentially fully Indian. A lot has come from abroad. I'm not saying that we're not. Like, for example, let me point out what Abhina said, that she may be this worshipped as and somebody touches her feet for a blessing, but nobody will invite her into the house. I am sorry, but all the older big households that I have heard of, they always had a hijra as a cook. They would call Maharajis. So that tradition is no more there. We don't have the big households. And of course, no household today in Bombay will have a hijra as a cook. Come on. So all those traditions have gone. At least I learned my Hyderabadi dum biryani from a hijra from the Nizam's kitchens, So please understand, a lot of our story has been wiped off, and it has been replaced with hatred, stigma, discrimination for LGBTQ.
Thank you, Ashok sir, for answering that.
Yeah.
One next question to you, Hemangini ma'am. This is the last question from the viewer's point. So it says that, just a minute, I just scroll down here. What challenges a asexual person goes through, as it is a part of the community which hasn't been at the front end, and where people don't understand and accept that this also is there. So what challenges might they go, and when do they understand own selves and being forced in a relationship?
Number one, and the biggest challenge for a person who is asexual to recognize and to know that he or herself are asexual takes a longer time, because they still feel and they play around thinking that they like the opposite sex, or sorry, they like the same sex person or the opposite sex person, maybe at times romantically, emotionally, but are sexually not comfortable. So in terms of that, it takes some more time for them to figure out whether what label or which identity is something that they should belong to or accept. Number two, there is less information, or we have very few people who come out and talk about being asexual. So for them to go and talk to support groups for asexuals are very few. Very few people will come and talk about being asexual. So that is the second concern that they have. And see, when somebody says I'm gay or says I'm a lesbian, they're out and out expressing that, you know, they like the opposite sex and would want to be involved with the same sex person. But here there is a lot of confusion where they are misguided or mistaken as bisexuals also, you know, that you like the opposite sex, you like the same sex, but physically you're not comfortable, you would only romantically be involved. So there are several other challenges. It will be great if they meet a counselor or a therapist or somebody who knows more about this, and one-to-one get clarity on what they need to know about themselves, or maybe a friend or a relative, or maybe whoever is coming up with these concerns.
Thank you, Hemangni, so much for answering that question for us. Now I hand over. Usha ma'am, you have anything to ask?
No, I don't have anything to ask because they have answered many things. But only thing is, by this panel, we have just come to know to a conclusion is that first and foremost, they have to be counseling has to be very strong enough for these people to identify themselves and stay strong. Second, the legal support has to be there so that their needs, their rights are protected, and which is existing, but they think they don't have it. So that legal system has to be strong enough, and they should know what are the legal rights. And the third is that social acceptance is more important, and not the least, the education, whether it's in school or otherwise, has to be in a proper manner, you know. So I think that has to be done. Someone has to the system has to see whether the education, sex education on sexuality, on sex, etc., is given in a proper manner, so that because they are in a very prime age, very young age in schools, when they are not misled, you know. So, you know, that has to be one of the things which has to be very clearly done. And parents also have to be, you know, with regards to sex education, sexuality, has to be educated, which the schools can do it, the colleges can do it, but I don't think so there is any college which will call Ashok to give a lecture on sexuality or something, because I heard...
We call Pallav.
Yeah.
We call Pallav.
I have heard, like, you know, like when someone, Ashok had said that once he had gone to a college and he took out a condom, people ran away. What are you doing in a college with a condom, you know? Such a thing. So that is what it is, even though it's a college or something, people don't understand. So the educational level has to be maintained. So this will take, it took 20 years to come where we are right now, from 94 onwards, from the time I knew Ashok till 2021. It took so much long. I think we are halfway, still halfway. We have to still further move ahead, and that will take some time.
Thank you so much.
Shreya,
Okay.
there is one small word of, I should not say if it's a word of caution, but it's for the very young community members who are coming out and talking about their sexuality in the open or are exploring. we all in the earlier panel, in this panel also, we spoke about support groups very strongly, that one should associate it with similar minded people, and understand what the concerns are. They are not alone, they are not individual only in a silo, but there are other people along. But before going for the support group meetings and all, they have to be very, very careful about where are they going, with whom are they going, where the meetings are held, are they really meetings or
Completely
they are
agree.
parties? Yeah, because
Completely agree on this,
maybe,
yes.
yeah, because if people, there are youngsters may think that they are going for a support group meeting, and it can actually be a party where they can be exploited. So it is better that they should be very, very careful. Where is the meeting held? Who is organizing? What time of the day is the meeting? Who are the other members who are coming? And how comfortable are you to be in that space? And at least inform somebody else that you're going there for this meeting. Do not go absolutely in a silo saying that, no, I'm going to hide and go there and there's nothing wrong that can happen with me. Be very, very careful.
Thank you so much, Hemangini. And yeah, now so I hand over the stage to Preeti to introduce our storytellers, and I want everybody to stay motivate our young storytellers. So yeah, listen to their coming out journey. How did they come out to everybody, and what was their struggle? So just stay tuned and motivate them.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Preeti, you're not audible to us. No, you aren't audible yet. Can you just disconnect your earphones and try, if possible? You aren't audible to us. Vinita, can you hear Preeti? Are you there around?
Yes, I'm there around and I'm not able to hear Preeti.
Okay. So Preeti, I think I'll hand over the stage to Vinita from here. We are
Yes, I'll take over. So firstly, to begin with, I choose to thank the panelists and the moderator for such an insightful session. Thank you for highlighting the core issues that we need to work on. Let's move ahead quickly to our storytellers. Sometimes reality is too complex. The human species think in metaphors and learns through stories. Let us welcome our storytellers who will be sharing their journey with us. Alokik Jain. Alokik Jain, he's the founder and curator of Alu Eats. He's an artist who loves everything related to creativity and is always inspired by originality. He has always been passionate about baking. He started his journey by sharing recipes over Instagram and baking cheesecakes. Sooner than he expected, he started baking and creating variants for orders across Mumbai. He sees every day as an amazing roller coaster ride and keeps on trying new things every day. Thank you, Alokik, for being here, and over to you.
Hi, I'm so happy to be here. Am I visible now?
Yes, you're visible and audible.
So, thank you for having me here. An amazing platform. I heard both the panelists speak, and it was amazing, very inspiring, and I couldn't agree more with them. I'm actually 17 years old. My pronouns are he and him, and it was a long time since I realized that I am who I am, and it took me a long time to accept myself for that. Because it all started in seventh standard, I think. Because in seventh standard, I was around the crowd. I mean, they were still my friends, but they weren't the kind of friends that I have right now, they're pretty homophobic in terms of maybe they don't mean it intentionally, or they just trying to go with that with that flow. Like, there was this time that it still goes on. There's this time where due to the certain behavioral uh features, you label a person as gay. Or first of all, I don't think many people even knew that there was a term called bisexual before. So people used to just label people as gay, and it happened with girls less, according to me, as much as I've seen it. It happened with guys more because they were termed as feminine, they were termed as gay, they were called like various names. It happened with me too. And it used to happen. I used to take it as a joke, or even if I knew that, that something was inside of me, I wasn't still ready to accept it. So I feel like it began in seventh standard, but I have changed a lot of schools, a lot of schools. In first, I was in RPK. In second and third, I was in a different school. In third, fourth, and fifth, I was in a different school. In sixth and seventh, I was in a different school, and in eighth, ninth, tenth, I was in a different school. So I changed way too many schools, and I had to make friends all over again because they were all from different areas, from Goregaon or Andheri or somewhere like in the suburbs, or it was just difficult. So actually, seventh standard was the time where I left Podar. I was in Podar International, and I had been doing IGCSE till seventh standard. And my parents decided that I should do ICSE because both of my sisters did ICSE. So they shifted me to an ICSE board, but a boarding school, and it was an all-guys boarding school, and it was in Pune, and they lived in Mumbai. The first day I went there, I didn't like it, and I cried, of course. But I it took me time to get used to it. And I had my cousin brother, my elder cousin brother, who was there, but he actually left that year. He was in 12th, he left that year, and I came in. So it was a little difficult. Like, people were friendly to me because they were like, your brother was here, he was nice, maybe this guy was also nice, and stuff like that. So it took me time to cope. I'm more of an introvert, but then different things happen. I'll get back to that. Actually, what had happened is that I had joined a boarding school, an all guys boarding school. It sounds horrible for a person like me in an all guys boarding school, but I found my peace with it. How? Because I actually was trying to be someone who I am not, and it was, I feel it was more peaceful that way for me. It took me some time to understand because I feel like I was still immature. I still am at a certain level, but I feel like I have a better understanding of things that I didn't have before. I in eighth, it was a little difficult. There was a lot of name calling and stuff, and we were an all guys boarding school. We had 30 people living together. It was a huge dormitory. All the bathrooms and everything was together, and I wasn't comfortable with it. But I still managed to make my peace with it. In eighth and ninth, ninth got a little better, and actually I joined in eighth, so it was very difficult for a person who just joined to become a school council member, because over there the school council member was considered as a very high rank. Uh, and whoever got that council member position, they used to be called the teacher's pet. So that was another thing altogether. So there was a lot of name calling, not only for me, for many other people. I feel like at my age, there wasn't sexual education present in any schools. I feel like that even in my school, the one that I just got done with, my high school, Podar ISC, Leelavati Podar, they don't have sex education. People don't really know a lot about themselves. Uh, uh, like, it's a little difficult for people to understand if they don't know exactly. I feel like sociology as a subject, which studies the society as a whole, doesn't have the topic of LGBTQ in it, which is really sad. My teacher who was teaching me sociology was very homophobic. We had a girl from our class who actually was openly gay, and my teacher used to keep on calling her out, and the worst part was that she was our class teacher for 2 years, 11th and 12th. So I used to feel really sad for her. So I used to try my best to make her feel comfortable and stuff. But it was really difficult for her because of the mental trauma that she was going through, plus this thing that happened to her. So in 10th, what had happened to me is that I was in a 150-year-old school. So it was established by the Britishers and it was pretty famous. It's called Bishops. It's pretty famous. I feel like it's the best school in Pune because it's really old now. It has its 3 campuses and stuff. But I feel like even though it was an experience I didn't like that much, overall it was a pretty good experience because it taught me a lot of things. I changed as a person as a whole. Like if you were seeing me in 7th standard, I'm totally not that person now. And I feel like change is a part of the social process. Everybody goes through it. So I actually in 10th standard, I was elected as vice house. And I don't know how that happened because I never played those boy sports like football, cricket. I hated them to the core. Uh, I played tennis, I played badminton, and I played basketball. Basketball is a side hobby. I played into school tennis, I played into school badminton, I played chess, and it became like a hobby. It became like a very good thing. Like sports never made me happy, but then I started playing tennis, and tennis became my thing. So I couldn't live without tennis. So we shifted in this building in Lodha because they have 2 tennis courts, and I used to go there daily. Got in a few injuries because of which I had to sit in house for a month, but that's all right as long as I can play tennis. So it got a little better. Firstly, my house master, we had 4 houses: yellow, green, blue, and red. I was in the yellow house. My house master hated me because he was actually a residential staff, as in he lived with us, like with us boarders. So there were a few residential staff we used to teach, and he was actually my color house's housemaster, and he hated me to the core. So I never thought I would become a council member. And White House is a pretty big thing because our junior college and our senior school was combined, and you get only council member positions when you're in 10th. So for me, as I wouldn't say an outsider, but a person who hasn't been there for a really long time, was surprising. And for me to get White House was even more surprising because I was so nervous. I was like, I'm not getting any position. This is going to be bad and this and that. But I somehow managed to get it. And how? It was because my principal loved me a lot. So he nominated me and the teachers voted a majority and I became the vice house. I was going to become the vice head boy, but then I lost by 1 vote, which was okay. I was still happy with vice house. Our senior school and junior college positions were combined. So the highest positions in senior school, that is 10th, was head boy, vice head boy, and vice houses. And then there are these school prefects, 4 per house. First it was 2, but there are 4 because there are too many people to handle. And we boarders got the most positions because we used to live there and we needed council members to handle the whole boarding. Like some people would be in charge of the first, second, third. Some people would be in charge of the fourth, fifth, sixth standard. Some people would be in charge of the seventh, eighth, ninth, and so on. So it depends on how good you are. It depends on how strict you are. And I directly got like I got eighth, ninth, and seventh. I was a little uncomfortable, but it got through. I since I was a council member, people didn't listen to me in the start because I was kind of new and they disrespected me. But I got a little stricter. It worked out for the best because then I gained a lot of respect. People finally started to understand me, and 10th standard, no cap, was the best year of my life till date. And I made amazing friends. It was really fun. Because of us, there are cameras in our dormitories right now. First there weren't. One of my batchmates broke the television. I mean, all the senior school stuff that that fun thing you have in boarding. I got to experience it in 10th standard, and I was very happy with that. And that introvert inside me turns into an extrovert. I didn't completely. I would say I'm an ambivert because it depends on the situation. If I know somebody, I will speak very a lot. I just cannot stop speaking to that person if I keep on going. So I got into 11th. I made some friends, and 11th first day was really bad because everybody was in their uniform. I was in black jeans, like black trousers and black t-shirt and white shirt. And I was the odd one out. Like in the entire foyer, I was the only one who was dressed like that because I got in late as applying for Xavier's and I got late into Koda. So I got a little late and I was the only one. I didn't have my uniform. So I was like, everybody was looking at me. The teachers, literally the entire foyer, because the first day we got to experience various subjects so that, we can choose what subjects we want to do. So we had this 2-month buffer period where we get to experience various subjects and we can choose our optionals through that. So it was the first day, very scary because literally everybody was staring at me. So I went and I sat in one corner. It felt like that introvert inside me came back and I was so nervous. But then I met a friend who isn't that close to me anymore. But he was actually pretty famous around the school because he was an in-house student. So he introduced me to his friends, and all of a sudden, within 3 days, I had around 100 friends across the foyer, and I got to know the entire foyer because I took part in literally every event, and I became so much of a extrovert that I didn't know people and people knew me. And it was 11th and 12th was again an amazing experience. 12th wasn't that great because it was all online, so it was pretty boring. So, but we had our fun in that. But 11th was amazing because we had all our events in that, and it was great. We had different events. I wasn't a part of science, but people told me to participate in science. I was actually an event head. Then I went into the core committee, and then I got chairman. And it was an amazing experience because I made so many friends throughout the event, and it was so much fun. But then at the end, I started I think in quarantine, everybody takes it in a very negative way. For me, it has been super duper positive because in 12 something great came out of it. I finally started baking, something that I've been wanting to do for the past 8 years. I was this kind of person who loves food, who is super, who fangirl for MasterChef Australia literally every season, and now there are better judges. I can talk about it, but I'm supposed to talk about myself. So actually, I just love food, and it's been so long. I've been watching so many videos, so many recipes, and I was like, okay, wait, I want to start baking. Actually, my house is very orthodox in terms of guys going into the kitchen and guys helping out with a lot of work. In quarantine, my dad and I had to. I would have, because I have been raised with two amazing sisters. One who is majored in psychology and one who is majored in marketing. One was majored in sociology, sorry. And she has worked with so many foundations. I have gotten so much internal info that how much women in India have to go through and how much the LGBTQ community has to go through. So I am very sensitive towards that. And I am going to join a foundation named HIBI, that's called Hibiscus Foundation. It's actually founded by Akshaya, uh, who worked with UN Women and WHO long ago. So she founded this organization. It's a very safe space for LGBTQ. And she introduced me to a lot of amazing people. I had met the LGBTQ Mumbai's founder. LGBTQ Mumbai started following my account. I followed them back. It started following my food account, which was a huge achievement for me. It started liking my person. I was like, yay, it's working out, because LGBTQ Mumbai was a big deal for me. And my sister managed that page. So it was a big deal for her. But as an ally, my sister has faced a lot of discrimination in terms of that, I get it. LGBT, like queer people don't have a lot of opportunities. Even in movies, there are heterosexual gays who are taking roles as queer. But my sister, as an ally, she was just trying to help out, and it just people just got to her because Shrishti, the curator of LGBTQ Mumbai, she had told her that you will get a lot of hate speech because you're not queer and you're managing the LGBTQ Mumbai page. So she got a lot of hate speech because of which she actually had to leave. But that's a different thing altogether. My motivation for baking came to my passion, and I have been this person who always fought on their behalf, and they told me, don't fight on my behalf. We have our own voice inside ourselves. We can fight for ourselves. But I felt like the change that was supposed to happen in my house wasn't happening. So I felt like I had to do something, and I couldn't see them in that condition because I feel like when my sisters were menstruating, they were forced not to touch anything. They were forced to sleep on the ground, not to go to the temple, and so many restrictions around it, which finally got better. Now they're finally sleeping next to me on my bed, the touching stuff, but which is amazing. And it's just my household. It was very, very, very orthodox because of the society also we were living in. We were not very accepting of changes. And now that we moved into Lodha, it's gotten much better. And this past 1 year has been easy on them as well because it's just gotten better. And forgot what I was gonna say. Yeah, so I wasn't allowed to cook in the kitchen. They never let me do anything in the kitchen. And my sister was like, at this point in 10, you were teaching me how to wash vessels, how to clean the house, but why aren't you teaching him anything? And I was like, yeah, that's right. She makes a valid point. So the thing where I got my own perspective, where I got to voice my own speech, was all from my sisters, both of them, because they've helped me so much in this. And both of them know I'm queer. My parents don't know because because of the responses that they give out. I feel like I should tell them at a later stage, but they will definitely know. I'm just deciding. But I finally got into the kitchen. I got to hang the stuff. I got a new oven. My parents made a lot of investment after a lot of convincing. I finally started baking. There were a lot of fails. There were a lot of, amazing stuff. And I was like, wait, I shouldn't use anybody else's recipe. So one day I sat, I figured I did a lot of research that, in cookies, if you add sugar, if you add a lot of sugar, the sugar is more, how does it become? If you add more soda, how does it become? The fundamental basics of baking, of if you add one, like even if the tiniest bit is a lot, you can mess it up easily. I researched a lot. I made my own recipes. I gave them a try. There was a lot of waste and stuff, but it finally got to a point where my business boomed up because I didn't start originally as a business. I was like, let's make this a food page. It will have normal savory stuff. It will have sweet stuff. So I started an A to Z sequel and I was super excited about posting it every day. So I did that. I clicked pictures. And my another side hobby is photography. I just love photography and I don't like anybody taking pictures of my food. I'm very particular about that. So I will take it. If I don't like it, I don't like it. But if somebody else takes it for me, I don't like it at all. So in that terms, I'm very picky and choosy. But it got better. People tasted my stuff in my building, and Lodha actually, I think I'm living in the India's tallest building. It has around 90 floors, and I live on the 47th floor. I'm going to be shifting on the 60th floor. I don't know why. I mean, 47 is enough. But there are people here who are willing to pay for good stuff. The building that I was living in initially was a very if it's too expensive, we can settle for cheap, but even if the quality is down, like that type building. Over here, people are willing to pay if it's good. And I had to send out a lot of samples. I had to get my stuff approved. And it took some time, but the first batch of cheesecake I made was baked, and I was nervous, so nervous because I didn't taste my own cheesecake. There were 8 slices, and all 8 were sold out like this. And I sent them out and I was like, oh my God, someone needs to tell me how it is. Someone please tell me how it is. And I was asking aunties, I was like, because we have a group where you post your food that you're making the next day or you're making next week. People will order it from you at that price that you posted. And you have to make it sound as tempting as possible. Use original pictures so that people don't get deceived. So I had my cheesecake done, and one auntie liked it so much, she posted 5 different pictures, 5 different angles of that slice on the group. And she went like, it's amazing. And all the other 8 people all the other 7 people who had ordered from me, we just went like, yeah, you're right. It's amazing. It's like a bite into ecstasy. And I was like, oh my God, what's happening? Getting better. And people started DMing me. They were like, we want to try a cheesecake. We want to do this. And I had around 10 DMs. So the next day I made around 3 cheesecakes and everything was sold out. And I was like, okay, this is working. And I that was actually not an original recipe. It was a recipe copied from some cooking channel. But I was like, I can maybe modify this recipe since it's working. And it got better. It got better. It took me a year to satisfy myself. Like, I am finally happy with the cheesecakes I made because there was this one extra slice left. And I don't know how, because I had made 6 cheesecakes that day, big ones, 8 slices each, 2 a mango, 2 a New York style, and 2 a cherry. And there was one New York style slice left. And I was like, okay, I have done something different in this, something really different that I don't do usually. I did a lot of, decreasing the quantity of cream cheese, increasing the quantity of cream cheese, how to make it lighter. It's baked, so it's a little heavy. How to make sure that a person can finish an entire slice. So there was a lot of experimentation, small batches, big batches, messing up stuff. And due to this messing up stuff, I have become a best out of waste champion. I actually, if a cake sinks or something, I turn it into something good. I make it, I use the same thing and I make it into another cake and it sells. I make sure I don't compromise in taste. I make sure that my taste is amazing. So my cheesecake started selling out a lot, and I was overworking myself because I was enjoying it so much, and I fell sick for around 2 months. And what had happened after that it was my 12th, it was my finals. I was in an ISC board, not HSC, so it was a little more hectic for me because we had more theory matter to study and it was more detailed. So it took a lot of time because I used to bake all day. I used to study from 10 to 2 in the night to make sure that I have done. And then if I have early morning orders, like I said, I make fresh stuff. So I have to give an order at 10 a.m. I make sure that I get up at 4 or I get up at 6 in the morning and I make it fresh and then I give it. I don't give stale food that is kept overnight. It's not stale, it's still fresh, but I feel like when you have something really fresh, like just out of the oven, it's much better. So I used to do that. I overworked myself. I fell sick, and then my finals came. So it was a big gap of 6 months. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to affect my business majorly because I didn't post anything for around a month and I lost around 60 followers. But then I started making again, and I started getting 3 times more like the attention I used to get before, and it just exploded. It was like I was making 2 cheesecakes every day. I wasn't making small stuff, I was making whole cakes every day. And it got to a point where in one day I made 5 cakes. In one day I made 10 cheesecakes. And I have easily completed over 300 cakes in total. And it's just been amazing in this one year that shoot up that I got. And within these 2 months, I had around 200 followers, which had decreased, which had dropped down to 160, 150 because of the big gap. I made sure I started posting again. I took some photography courses online and I made my food look better, more tempting. And it got better. Within 2 months, I got a boost of 200 followers, which was a big deal for me. And it's still growing. It's still growing. I recently hit 400, and in this past 1 week, I've gotten 10 new followers, which is amazing. And it's just been an amazing kind of a roller coaster, I must say, because it was like an up and down thing where it went completely down, it sank, and it just grew way, like it just went to another height, like a different height. So it's just been amazing. I feel like my motivation to baking was my sisters, and to, remove those gender stereotypes that only women can stay in a kitchen. It's not it's not like that. Even men can cook. I got a lot of discrimination that, oh my god, a 17-year-old boy is doing all this, but then I just proved them all wrong with making amazing stuff. I feel like I should prove people wrong more by my actions than my words. So it has been an amazing journey. I've actually injured my leg, so I'm on bed rest right now. But it was amazing. It's still going on. I had to cancel a few orders, but that's fine. Once I open up, I'm gonna have like way more. So this is amazing, and thank you for having me. There's way too much to share, but I just can't finish it off in one conference.
Yes, thank you so much, Alokik, for sharing. And yes, your journey is quite interesting and amazing. And wishing you all the best with Alu Eats and keep growing, keep spreading happiness by your baking. Thank you for so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a really fun thing, and I had a lot of fun, speaking up. I was like, I can speak, I can just speak, and I can say whatever I want. It was damn fun.
Thank you so much. So yes, we will move forward to our next storyteller, a duo of mother and daughter. I request the IT team to play the video while I introduce them. So we have Supriya ma'am. Supriya is the member of the Swikar, the Rainbow Parents group. Professionally, she works with a financial firm with more than 27 years of work experience. Supriya has been a single parent to her two children for more than a decade now. She has conquered the battle towards becoming a trans parent to her child, Nishta. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming online and being there with us. Moving to the daughter, Nishta. Nishta is a young trans woman and equal rights activist. She calls herself as a survivor of gender-based discrimination. Nishta is a TEDx speaker and has won several awards. She was invited as a judge for inter-school competition. She has been invited as a resource person at various renowned organizations to speak about the special techniques in science as well as to spread awareness about the LGBTQI community. She is also the recipient of the Mumbai Police Award for ever enduring and continued social service to the LGBTQIA plus community in helping bridge the gap in our society. She is also one of the fellow from the Queer Youth Leadership Program by the Keshav Suri Foundation in association with Canada in India. Thank you so much, Nishta, for being here. Over to you, Nishta and Supriya ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. I'm facing some difficulties in switching on the camera. Just give me a minute. In the meanwhile, Mom would start speaking. Thank you.
Yes, no worries.
Namaskar. Apologies for the inconvenience. That is
No, that's absolutely okay. Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you for having us. So सुप्रिया मेरी मम्मी है और वो हिंदी में अपना अनुभव जो है आपके साथ शेयर करेगी. नमस्कार. Is she audible?
The voice is a bit low.
She's clearly audible to us.
Voice is a bit low.
Okay. मामा जोरात बोलायचं. नमस्कार.
नमस्कार.
मैं निष्ठा की मम्मी हूँ. मेरा नाम सुप्रिया प्रसाद है. निष्ठा के बारे में जब मेरे को समझ आया कि निष्ठा का बिहेवियर थोड़ा थोड़ा अलग अलग रहा था, तभी बहुत सारे बोलते हैं ना प्रॉब्लम्स क्रिएट होने लगे. मैं निष्ठा को समझ नहीं पा रही थी और निष्ठा मेरे को समझाने के लिए बहुत कोशिश कर रही थी, पर मैं समझ नहीं पा रही थी. एक दिन ऐसा ही हो गया कि बोलते ना निष्ठा के बारे में मैं उसको समझ नहीं पा रही थी, इसलिए थोड़ा घरेलू झगड़ा हो गया था उसके और मेरे बीच में. और वहीं से स्टार्ट हो गया कि निष्ठा अपनी पहचान मेरे को बोल रही थी, मैं समझ नहीं रही थी वो क्या बोल रही थी. और एक बोलते ना इंसिडेंट हो गया और वही टाइम से निष्ठा ने अपनी पहचान मेरे को उसकी पहचान मेरे को उसने खुद दिखाई दी. वो टाइम था मीन्स निष्ठा तभी कॉलेज में ही थी. हाँ कॉलेज में ही थी तभी वो. और इंसिडेंट ऐसा हुआ कि वो सुबह जैसा मॉर्निंग उसका जो साइकिल था वो पूरा करके घर आ रही थी और उसको थोड़ा सा चक्कर जैसा हो गया और वो अनकॉन्शियस होके उधर ही गिर गई. और रास्ते से जो लोग जा रहे थे तो उन्होंने कॉल करके हमको बताया कि ऐसा ऐसा ये हो गया है, आप आ जाओ. मैं गई उधर, देखा तो निष्ठा कोलैप्स हुई थी. तो मैं उसको मैं बोली अभी क्या करने का, पेन में लेके गई. पेन में डॉक्टर ने बोला कि ऐसा ऐसा है इसका प्रॉब्लम, तो अभी कैसा मीन्स क्या करेंगे. तभी से उसकी हिस्ट्री चालू हो गई. नहीं मैं उसके बारे में समझ रही थी और वो मेरे को समझाने की कोशिश कर रही थी, फिर भी मेरे दिमाग में नहीं आ रहा था. बाद में डॉक्टर ने हर वीक में उनका अपना कंसल्टिंग रहता था. उसकी इंटरव्यू रहती थी, निष्ठा की इंटरव्यू रहती थी, मेरी इंटरव्यू रहती थी. ऐसे करके करके 6 महीना निकल गया उसमें. और बाद में मेरे को एक दिन साइकेट्रिक डिपार्टमेंट हॉस्पिटल की साइकेट्रिक डिपार्टमेंट की अजिता नायक करके डॉक्टर है, उन्होंने बता दिया कि मैडम अभी जो है वो आपको एक्सेप्ट करना ही पड़ेगा. तो मेरे को भी समझ में नहीं आ रहा था. उन्होंने मेरे को चेयर पर बिठा दिया हाथ पकड़ के और बोले कि ऐसा ऐसा है और आपको ये मानना पड़ेगा. जैसे आपके समझो आपका एक बच्चा हैंडीक्राफ्ट है तो उसको आप नॉर्मल बेटे जैसे ही देखते थे ना, तो यही है कि ये भी आपकी बेटी है, बेटा है, आपको इसको एक्सेप्ट करना पड़ेगा. मेरे पाँव के नीचे की जमीन पूरी की पूरी हिल गई क्योंकि मेरे को सपोर्ट नहीं था. फिर भी मैं बोली ठीक है जो है ना देखेंगे. बाद में ऐसा ही निष्ठा सर्च कर रही थी, उसको स्वीकार प्रूफ करके एक सर्च करते करते समझ में आया. उन्होंने मेरे को बोला, निष्ठा ने बोला कि मम्मी स्वीकार ग्रुप बहुत अच्छा है, उधर तू जा, उनके साथ मिल, उनको वो लोगों का नॉलेज, वो लोगों का एक्सपीरियंस देख क्या है कैसा है. मेरे को उधर जाने को भी बहुत डिफिकल्टी आ रही थी। तभी पहला मीटिंग उनका सांता क्रूज में था, मैं निकली घर से, फिर मेरे को उधर तक 2-3 स्टेशन पर मैं गई, पीछे आई, मेरे को लगा नहीं नहीं जाने का है मेरे को। दोनों साइड में मेरे से बहुत डिफिकल्टी आ रही थी, प्रॉब्लम्स आ रहे थे। फिर भी मैंने सोचा ठीक है देखेंगे, तो पहला जाके जब मैं उधर पहुंची, देखा, थोड़ा अच्छा लगा मेरे को। उधर बहुत लोगों ने अपने एक्सपीरियंस बता दिए। वो एक्सपीरियंस सुन के भी मेरे को ऐसा लगा कि नहीं, निष्ठा निष्ठा ने खुद लिया नहीं है, उसको भगवान की देन है, इसलिए वो वैसी है। मैं उसको मेरी है करके उसको अपनाना चाहिए मेरे को। जब भी मीटिंग उनकी खत्म हो गई तो मैं उधर से निकली और ये सोच के ही निकली कि नहीं, जो है वो मेरा ही है और मेरी ही है, मैं उसे मेरे मेरे से अलग नहीं करने वाली। मैं आई घर में, निष्ठा को मिली, निष्ठा को गले लगाया और बोली नहीं, मैं आज तक तेरे साथ बहुत गलत कर रही थी, मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा था, इसलिए गलती हो रही थी। अभी नहीं, अभी तू जो है ना वो मैं अपनाने को तैयार हूँ। और स्वीकार ग्रुप इतना अच्छा है ना कि उसमें ना जो लोग आते, जो मीन्स पेरेंट्स आते, वो कुछ ना कुछ तो एक्सपीरियंस और नॉलेज लेके ही जाते हैं। मेरे बारे में तो बहुत उनका सपोर्ट था, और जैसा मैंने स्वीकार ग्रुप ज्वाइन किया है, तब से मेरे घर में तो बहुत अच्छी प्रोग्रेस हो रही है, क्योंकि मैं निष्ठा को इतना बोलते ना नेगेटिव से देख रही थी, तो वो अभी थोड़ा मेरा बहुत बोलते ना पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग आने लगी। और निष्ठा अभी तो बढ़ रहा है, उसके बारे में मैं और ज्यादा कुछ नहीं बोल सकती हूँ, क्योंकि वेल एजुकेटेड है, बहुत सोशल वर्क भी वो कर रही है, और आगे भी जाके उसको मेरा पूरा सपोर्ट है। मेरा लड़का, उसका भाई परितोष, वो भी बहुत सपोर्टेड है उसको। वो बोलता है कुछ भी हो, मेरा बाहर किधर भी होने दो, तू घर में मम्मी को और मेरे को बता दे, क्योंकि तू अकेला फेस मत कर, हम लोग है तेरे साथ। और मैं निष्ठा को वही बोलती हूँ कि जो कुछ है ना, ऑफिस में बोल, घर में बोल, बाहर तू ट्रैवलिंग करते समय कुछ तो इंसिडेंट हो जाएगा, नहीं हो जाएगा, तो मेरे को बता दे पहला। हर रोज हमारा कॉन्वर्सेशन रहता है व्हाट्सएप पर, मैं उसको पूछती हूँ खाना खाया, निकल शाम को ऑफिस से निकलते ही पूछती हूँ किधर है, कौन सी स्टेशन पहुंची, क्या। तो हर रोज मीन्स उसका मेरा हर रोज उसको ये व्हाट्सएप पर होता ही होता है। और एक दिन समझो कभी मैं नहीं पूछी तो हम वो घर में आते, हाँ मम्मा आज तो मेरे को व्हाट्सएप से कुछ पूछा नहीं, क्यों नहीं पूछा, क्या हुआ। ऐसा उसका और मेरा बोलते ना इतना क्लोज ये है, मेरी लड़की है फिर भी बोलते ना, ये बच्चों लोगों का कैसा होता है, कभी कभी मम्मी हाँ चलो भूल गई है ना मम्मी, अभी जाने दो। निष्ठा का वैसा नहीं है, निष्ठा तुरंत घर के आके पूछती है, तू आज मेरे को व्हाट्सएप पर क्यों नहीं बोली मेरे साथ, तू आज फोन क्यों नहीं किया मेरे को। ऐसा उसका थोड़ा सा ये है। और अभी तो ठीक है, अभी मैं बोलते ना पास जो सिचुएशन था वो उसमें जाके वापस वो बोलते फिर वापस वो परिस्थिति नहीं होना चाहिए। और मैं इतना ही बोल सकती हूँ कि देखो जो बच्चे हैं वो अपने हैं, कैसे ही हो वो अपनाना ही चाहिए। और मैं तो निष्ठा के साथ बहुत सपोर्टेड हूँ, और आगे जाके भी उसको सपोर्ट करूंगी। और मैंने उसको बोल दिया है कि जो कुछ है मेरे को पहला बता दे, क्योंकि ये अभी तक कैसा मैं उसको हाँ मेरा लड़का है करके ही समझ रही थी। अभी उन्होंने उसकी पहचान बताई तो मैं भी सोची ना, हाँ चलो बाबा मेरे को बताया क्या है कैसा है, आगे जाके भी मैं किसी को बोल सकती हूँ ना, हाँ नहीं नहीं बाबा ऐसा है, ये बच्चे लोगों का समझना चाहिए, अपनाना चाहिए, ये तो है। इसलिए मैं एक ही पेरेंट्स लोगों को संदेश दे दूंगी कि अपने बच्चे को पहचानो, पहचानना बहुत जरूरत है और अपने बच्चों को अलग मत न करो क्योंकि अपने बच्चे अपने होते हैं, उनका ध्यान उनका ख्याल अपने को रखना चाहिए, उनका मन का जो गोल है उनकी थिंकिंग जो है वो खुद पहचानना चाहिए, वो बहुत बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है कि बच्चे बहुत बहुत नाजुक होते हैं, उनको नहीं समझता है। हम लोग जैसा उम्र बढ़ता है ना वैसा समझ आ जाता है, इसलिए मैं तो पेरेंट्स को बोल सकती हूँ कि अपने बच्चों को समझो, समझना जरूरी है, बहुत जरूरी है। कि मैं भी ऐसी थी, मैं इसको निष्ठा को कभी समझ नहीं पाई, जब भी उसका ये इंसिडेंट होने लगा ना तभी मेरे को समझ में आ गया कि मैं उसकी पहचान मेरे को समझने को स्टार्ट हो गई। मैं बोलती थी ये ऐसी क्यों कर रही है, ऐसा क्यों कर रही है, क्योंकि मैं तो अकेली पेरेंट्स हूँ, तो मेरे को किसी का सपोर्ट नहीं था, मैं किसी के साथ बात नहीं कर पाती थी क्योंकि छोटे बच्चे थे, उनके साथ मैं ये कैसी बात करूंगी, क्या करूंगी। मेरे को वो बहुत बड़ा बोलते ना मेरे सामने क्वेश्चन था कि मैं किसको पूछूं और कैसे बात करूं, क्योंकि अदर लोगों के साथ मीन्स अदर फ्रेंड सर्कल या रिलेटिव्स के साथ बात करेगी तो मेरी मजा हंसी उड़ाते थे, इसलिए मैं किसी को आज तक कुछ पूछा नहीं, कुछ उनसे एडवाइस नहीं लिया। मैंने मेरे खुद के ऊपर मेरे लड़के को एक्सेप्ट किया और आगे जाके भी मैंने उसको बोल दिया है कि मेरा सपोर्ट तेरे साथ हमेशा रहेगा, कभी भी तू मेरे को बुला दे, मेरा सपोर्ट हमेशा तेरे साथ रहेगा।
Well, it takes a lot of courage to master and share story, especially for a parent who has had an experience of having a child whose gender identity is changing from the one that they have been seeing for a longer duration. मेरी जर्नी इतनी आसान तो थी नहीं, पर उसे आसान बनाने के तरीके जब मैंने जान लिए तो काफी अच्छी चीजें होने लगी। बचपन से मुझे पता था कि मैं एक लड़की हूँ, पर मुझे जिस शरीर में जन्म मिला था जो लड़के का था उसमें काफी अनकंफर्टेबल महसूस होता था। मुझे जैसे रहना था, जीना था, चलना खेलना कूदना करना था, वैसे करना तो मिला नहीं। It is quite difficult for me to make people understand that I identify myself as a girl child and not as a boy child. पर सोसाइटी के प्रेशर में आके मेरे फैमिली ने मुझे एक ट्रेडिशनल बॉय के रोल में काफी आसानी से पुश कर दिया, और ये जब हो रहा था तब मुझे काफी डर सा लगता था, काफी भय था मेरे मन में, और मुझे किसी से कुछ खुल के बात करने में काफी दिक्कतें आती थी। I would not be comfortable sharing my deepest secrets, be it whatever child abuse I've been through, या मेरे जो experiences रहे हैं बचपन से, वो मैं किसी के साथ comfortably share नहीं कर पाती थी। बचपन से ही एक ऐसे environment में जी रही थी जहाँ हर जगह सिर्फ लड़के ही होते थे, और लड़कियां जो थी वो कभी अपनाती नहीं थी, क्योंकि तुम दिखते तो बाहर से लड़के हो, तो तुम लड़कियों के साथ खेल नहीं सकते। I studied in a boys' school, and I would see my school teachers and admire them and adore the way they would dress up and, present themselves. I would imagine myself as a teacher, and I would love being a teacher in my own dream school that I wanted to be a part of. And the society was just being judgmental. They were just not allowing me to be my authentic self. As time passed, I started developing feelings for men, and I started feeling that this is something different. I was not well equipped with the vocabulary. मुझे काफी सारी चीजें जो LGBTQI community के बारे में थी वो नहीं समझती थी। एक टाइम आया जब मेरे पिता को पता चला कि मैं शायद ही LGBTQ कम्युनिटी की हिस्सा हो सकती हूँ, तब उन्होंने उस विषय के बारे में मुझसे बातचीत करना चाहिए। पर तभी ये जो टर्मिनोलॉजीज थी, लेस्बियन, गे, बाइसेक्सुअल, ट्रांसजेंडर, इसके बारे में तो किसी को पता नहीं था। तो वो हमेशा मुझे स्पेशल चाइल्ड है करके अपने दोस्तों से, अपने कलीग से वर्क प्लेस पे वगैरह इंट्रोड्यूस कराते थे। और मैं हमेशा सोचती थी कि मेरे पास ऐसे कुछ स्पेशल जो है नहीं, पर ये मुझे हमेशा सबके सामने स्पेशल क्यों बुलाते हैं। तब मुझे पता चला कि ये मुझे प्रोटेक्ट करने का एक तरीका है, ताकि मेरे साथ कोई बुलिंग ना करे, कोई मुझे परेशान ना करे, कोई मुझे चिढ़ा नहीं सके, जिससे मेरे मन को ठेस पहुंचे, जिससे मुझे बुरा ना लगे। और जैसे ही हमारे जिंदगी में काफी सारे हादसे हो गए, उस दौरान पापा जो है वो गुजर गए। फिर एज the elder child of the house, I had to take the traditional man's role, and I had to take things forward as being in charge of the, house, as we lived in a society that was male dominant, patriarchal, और काफी सारी चीजें लोगों ने मुझे बताई कि अब तो तुम घर के मर्द हो, तुम्हें वैसे ही जीना है जैसे तुम्हारे पापा जीते थे। So I started feeling more awkward about this. A lot of times my cousins would come and say that, hey, तुम लड़कियों के जैसे मत हो, अभी तो तुम मर्द बन जाओ। These stereotypical thoughts which are patriarchal were enforced onto me, and I was struggling to identify my true version of self. I was in severe depression. I was isolating myself from people, क्योंकि लड़के जो है वो लड़कियों की तरह अट्रैक्ट होते थे और लड़कियां लड़कों की तरह। और मुझे जिस शरीर में मैं हूँ उसमें कंफर्टेबल नहीं फील होता था। मुझे हमेशा लगता था कि नहीं, कुछ गलत हो रहा है, पर मैं इस बारे में किससे बात करूँ। अगर हमें कोई रिप्रेजेंटेशन दिखता है कोई कम्युनिटी से, तो उनको लोग स्टिग्मेटाइज कर देते हैं, उनसे दूर भागते हैं। मुझे ऐसे लगा कि शायद अगर मैं ट्रांसजेंडर हूँ तो मुझे शायद स्ट्रीट्स पर मंती करनी होगी या लोगों के सामने तालियां बजा के हाथ फैलाने होंगे। पर मुझे याद आया कि मैं इतनी पढ़ी लिखी हूँ, मैं इतना सारा जिंदगी में अचीव करके आई हूँ, तो और थोड़ी मेहनत करके मैं होल्ड ऑन क्यों ना करूँ। So the time when I decided to come out to my family, my brother is 10 years younger to me. So उसके साथ मेरी काफी सारी बातचीत होती थी, उसको मैं काफी सारी चीजें बताती थी, not just related to the community, पर बाकी चीजों के बारे में भी बातचीत होती थी। तो उससे जो एक्सेप्टेंस मिलनी थी वो काफी आसान हो गई। उसने मुझे हक करके कहा कि यू डोंट वरी, आई एम देयर विद यू। वेयरएज मम्मी के लिए ये काफी दिक्कत हो गई, क्योंकि उन्हें सोसाइटी को फेस करना था। लोग मम्मी को क्वेश्चन करते थे, ना ही मुझे। लोगों को डर लगता था कि ये कहीं हमें गुस्से से कुछ बोल ना दे। मम्मी को ऐसे होता था कि मैं क्या जवाब दूं, और वो मुझे घर आके बताती थी, तो मैं गुस्सा करके उन्हें बताती थी कि आप लोगों को मुझसे बात करने बोलिए, क्योंकि जब चीजें मेरे साथ हो रही है तो मुझे किसी को बताना काफी आसान हो जाएगा, ना ही आपको। तो हमेशा ये एक इमोशनल टर्मोइल होता था। वो रो पड़ती थी, हमारे बीच झगड़े होते थे, एंड लाइक एनी अदर फैमिली वी वुड हैव आर्गुमेंट्स जस्ट रिलेटेड टू माय जेंडर आइडेंटिटी। और मुझे ये बहुत ही हर्ट होता था कि किसी और की जेंडर आइडेंटिटी ऐसा सवाल नहीं उठाती जहाँ लोगों के झगड़े होते हैं, तो मेरी जेंडर आइडेंटिटी क्यों। काफी दौरान मुझे ऐसे लगता था घर से भाग जाओ। अभी भी कभी झगड़ा होता है तो फिर मुझे ऐसे लगता है नहीं, मैं छोड़ ही देती हूँ, मैं बस अपने आप जब रहूंगी तो शायद मैं पीसफुली जी पाऊंगी। There are times when I feel like quitting, but then I remember of the days when they tried to accommodate, they tried to adjust. Even जब उन्होंने बताया कि स्वीकार द रेनबो पेरेंट्स की मीटिंग में जाते वक्त उन्हें नहीं लग रहा था कि वो जाए, पर उन्होंने वो हिम्मत जुटाई और वो मीटिंग के लिए गई। तब जाके उन्हें LGBTQI कम्युनिटी के बारे में पता चला, जानकारी मिली, लोगों के अनुभव उन्हें जानने मिले, और उसी का इम्पैक्ट पॉजिटिवली हमें घर पे महसूस होने लग गया। जब वो मीटिंग से आई, उन्होंने मुझे सॉरी कहा, उन्होंने फिर अपने भाई बहनों से बात की, जिनका नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट था, जिनका नेगेटिव असर, इन्फ्लुएंस जो था, वो हम पे काफी भारी पड़ता था। She tried taking steps like reaching out to Babas and gurus and reparative therapies, which were all flop, and she realized that it is not going to work at any point of time. तो जैसे ही उनको और एक्सपोजर मिलने लग गया क्यूअर कम्युनिटी के पेरेंट्स मीट से और इवेंट्स जैसे प्राइड मार्च और जैसे लोग आते थे, बच्चे आते थे, उनसे बात करते थे, उनको अच्छा लगने लग गया और महसूस होने लग गया कि हम भी इंसान हैं और हमें भी उतना ही प्यार मिलना चाहिए जितना किसी और आम इंसान को मिलना चाहिए। और ये जब बात एक ह्यूमन टच से कनेक्ट होती है, तब उसकी जो फीलिंग है वो another level की होती है, and that is what we experience, and I feel that is primarily a major reason why acceptance is important for any human being. Today I am confident I could speak about things and I could share our story is because I have enough acceptance from my family, from family of choice particularly, people who are allies, who stand beside us in all the times. Of course, I primarily consider Sweepa the Rainbow Parents as my family of choice and my only family who is very much responsible in saving my family, or else I don't know where I would have been if my mother would not have been aware or enough educated to know about the community. काफी उतार चढ़ाव थी जिंदगी में with regards to job opportunities. Transgender members को जॉब्स देना नहीं चाहते, ना जाने कितनी सारी दिक्कतें हमें झेलनी पड़ी, पर कहीं ना कहीं अगर मैं बात भी नहीं करूं पर मम्मी को पता चल जाती थी और वो अपने तरीके से सिचुएशन को डाइल्यूट करने की कोशिश कर देती थी. आई फील इफ we are not able to be our own authentic selves to our own people who understand us, the society out there is never going to accept us. So family acceptance is primary. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nishta and Supriya ma'am, to be here today and share your journey with us. It takes a lot of courage to come on a forum like this and just pour your heart out and talk whatever is there in your heart. And I am really sure that you will be an inspiration for a lot of people, those who are hearing this and who will be listening to the recording also, and will be sharing it on Facebook. I'm really proud of you both. And yeah, people are already there on Facebook commenting with us that they're really proud of you. And you know, you are the future change makers. Let's invite the change, embrace the difference together. So Psychologia Connect thanks everybody for collaborating, staying with us for this wonderful initiative. Over to you, Benita.
So yeah, you have covered pretty much well. I just want to thank once again Nishta and Supriya ma'am for being here. Thank you for actually being here and making all of us realize that the support of the parent matters and the role that it has played is extremely important. Thank you so much for highlighting that and making us realize the importance. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
So, Benita, with this, should we end our live? Like with all the insights, we have a few participants. If they want to ask us anything, or Preeti, if you want to share your experience about this.
We have Mansi here as well. Mansi was pretty excited to be a part of the storytelling. I know, remember, she was just asking for the mother of the viewer.
So, Mansi, if you would like to share anything, Preeti, Mansi, any one of you can just go ahead. And yeah. So there are few participants who've been constant, and I'm really happy that Benita, we had a rocking session. We can end our live over here.
Yes, yes, definitely we can.